all. Happy Monday. Welcome to the My Funded Futures, My Funded TV show. Today we have a great show prepared for you. We have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Forrest. Let's welcome them to the show. Come on
Good
down.
morning.
Oh,
Good morning.
yo. What's up, party people?
Party people. How was your weekend, Forrest?
Well, what did I do this weekend? I can't remember. I don't know. It was a blur. I just did my first. I have a 30-day challenge going on, so I'll mention it every day. But 7:30 to 8:30, I was streaming here on YouTube, just doing like daily planning, right? So not a lot of trading, but more so just market analysis, getting ready for the day. So check that out.
That is awesome. So it's a live stream on your channel?
Yeah, just a quick little 1 hour stream. So
awesome. Everyone go check out Forrest's stream. What is your actual YouTube link? Oh, it's in the descriptions. It should be in the descriptions. Everyone go check it out. Yeah, that's cool. I'll have to check it out. I didn't know.
This every day for 30 days. Yeah, if you want some help being accountable, come check it out. But the weekend was good. You know, I'm here in Miami, Florida, Sunshine State, a lot of sunshine. I think I got the car washed. Oh yeah, I went and did some car photography. That was fun. Yeah, that was about it. What about you guys?
Barbie, you?
Just working on the ranch, basically getting some things done. So we can do a little bit of traveling coming up here a little bit.
Hey, there you go. Where you going?
How are the chickens?
Well, they're still bird brains, but they're doing their job. So there's no free rent around here.
Everyone has to work on the ranch.
Yeah, pay up.
Yeah, my weekend was good. It was super relaxing. I was able to take quite a few naps, which felt amazing. Nice. Yeah, I felt like I was catching up on my sleep from the week. Everyone go and share our show. Let's go and get our likes up and share the knowledge and fun. Also, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Oh my gosh, we're over 14,000.
Let's go.
We're over 14,100. Good job, guys. That's awesome. Should we take a look at the charts and see what's happening with the markets? Who wants to go first? ES or NQ?
I can hop in there. I think Forrest is ready for me to start it off today.
I mean, yeah.
I put him on the spot last week. Well, of course, I always like to start on the daily. And we're getting towards the top of that range. Like things are starting to get a little bit more interesting on ES. We do have a really slow start to the week. Hopefully I still have the screen up over here. Yeah, so Monday, Tuesday, there's not any planned data. That doesn't mean that we couldn't have some tweets or drama or whatever. But as far as, you know, non-farm payroll was last week. That was a bigger deal. It's pretty quiet starting out the week. So with that in mind, what I'm kind of thinking, like normally that leads to either chop or just continued what we have. What we have right now is this just kind of grind higher. So those are kind of the primary things that I'm looking for. But so when I look at this, we had the pink box of shame that I put the market in last week where I didn't really want to mess with it. And we've climbed above that and are holding that. So that's kind of one of the main things I'm still watching. So it's basically the 6,000 level on ES up to kind of where we opened around 6,010. This is kind of a line in the sand for me. And as long as price is staying above that, I'm just kind of looking for it to kind of keep walking up across these trend lines and things. And I still didn't mark that target up there, but keep working up to these other targets, the 60-30, 60-50, that's not on this chart, and the 60-80. If we end up chopping, what I'm worried about is kind of getting glued to 6,010 to 6,000, or even back inside of what we were trading at the end of last week. If we start really dropping below 6,000 and holding below 6,000, that's where I'm thinking that this little bullish idea is kind of canceled or set aside at least for a little bit. And if that happens, I'd really be watching for we have the overnight low. Where is that overnight low? I didn't pull the actual number. It looks like it's around 59.22. If we start losing that, then I'm going to look at, we had the low from Friday, and it's kind of all inside of this where we just launched from, pre-market on Friday. So there could definitely be some reason to come back in here and test. So it'd be my first target if we start losing that 6,000. Hopefully this little zone will hold if we do start messing around with it. But if it doesn't, again, that would be losing the support that we put in last week around 59.70 and testing down to 59.50s and possibly down to 59.40. So I'm going to see what happens, see what the market's mood is to open up the week, see if we can get anything happening. It could be slow, but it could also be, I'm prepared for anything.
Yeah, I remember on Friday you were talking about the 6,000 level, and I couldn't believe it when we hit it. I'm like, oh my gosh. And yeah. And we closed at like right at 6,000 on SPX.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got killed on some spreads that I put on. I was like, oh
no.
Yeah. Thank you,
You
Barbie.
putting your spreads on pretty aggressively too, then, just like your futures trading?
Not as aggressive. I know. So the futures trading, you guys, I am so aggressive on evals. Do not copy me ever on any of my accounts.
Wait, we're copying Terry?
Pardon?
We're copying you? Is that what you said?
No, I said no copy.
I only take 3 trades.
We're all copying Terry. That's what I
heard. Yes, I went super aggressive on my the expert eval on Friday and was able to pass it 12,000. And so it's the first time I've passed an expert account on MyFundedFutures, and it was a big one. It was the 150K. So, but yeah,
hopefully you have a little more room to play with now. I know you like having a lot of leverage, but you need some room to play with too.
Yes, exactly. I have so much to learn from you guys, for real. Every day I'm like, okay, I need to learn from Barbie and Forrest on how to scale that back down and tame that tiger. My goodness. Yeah, I just like to click the button. I don't chat. Do you guys like to click the button too? Am I the only one? Type 1 if you like to click the button.
I've gone through that, but then I've like hit the other side where I pushed the button too much, and then I overcorrected, wasn't hitting it enough. So.
Oh, and so how are you feeling right now? Yeah, I see a lot of ones. Yay!
I've been working on it. I've been doing pretty good this year. But that's what I keep harping on. I just had a trade finish. Yay, hit target. But
nice.
that's why I keep harking on backtesting and building your confidence however you can. Because I may not get enough trades to really get what I need to this week, but I can look back at previous weeks and really keep adding to everything that way.
Yeah. So do you journal all of your trades, Barbie?
I don't. I mean, I probably should. I think that's a really good habit to get into. I've gotten kind of out of it, but what I'll do is I try to keep track of, I'm trying to get into a really good rhythm of what I'm looking for each day. So I'll kind of track, okay, that worked out, that didn't work out. But I need to get back into making really good notes, because what I used to do is keep a spreadsheet where I could just keep a real quick track, and then I could take quick notes. And then when I had time to think about it better, actually write it down in the handwritten journal, which I prefer. That's something I do need. I've just been overwhelmed and busy, and that needs to get taken care of. So caught me on that one.
No, I like what you said about using like a spreadsheet. I think that is my next goal, is to track every single trade in a spreadsheet.
That actually kept me from over trading really early on, because it's a pain in the butt to have to go to that spreadsheet every time, just a little bit. But it was like, is this trade worth going over there and documenting it? And sometimes it wasn't, and those usually were the ones that weren't worth taking, didn't really work out.
Yeah, thanks, Barbie. That's a good tip. Forrest, what are you thinking for NQ?
What am I thinking? All right, so Very similar to what I was saying this morning. Check out my morning streams, by the way. So we're starting the weekly. We'll go to NQ. I'm on MNQ right now. Let's go to NQ. So we're still very clearly in an uptrend. So let's just mark the easy stuff. Okay. One, we are uptrending. Okay, which means we want to be long biased, right? I'm gonna say we want to be long biased. You can be a counter trend trader if you want. I don't think that's too wise, to be honest, right? The reason why, guys, is if you go long, and let's just talk about risk management. We're risk managers, and I want to win the game. I want to make money. I don't want to lose money. I can't play the game also if I lose money. So if I hold my long trades long enough in an uptrend, they will go green. Okay, this is very, very important. They absolutely will go green. Okay, I will write that down. Okay, your trades will go green if you hold longs in an uptrend. Okay, the opposite is absolutely untrue if you hold your shorts. They will go infinitely red. Okay, there's very little reason to fight this. Okay, so we're in an uptrend. Two, it's Monday. So because it's Monday, I'll be chilling a little bit. There's a very obvious node if you go to the daily here. There's kind of two nodes that we're playing between right now. So there is this node right here, and then there's the one below us as well down here. So the way that I could kind of see this playing out is we have a very obvious trend line. We could come down, retest this trend line, which also has confluence with this node. This node is a group of people, right? This is an auction that has occurred. There's a set of participants here. So if we come down and we want to retest that, if the market wants to retest that, we'll do a trend line retest. It'll come down, bounce off of this node, and go and do a higher low, right? Continuation for uptrend, come and sweep this high. Will this happen today? I don't necessarily know, but I think that's the most likely scenario across the next few days. We have CPI on Wednesday. So today and tomorrow could be kind of slower or choppier. And then with a major, most of the weekly candle happening on Wednesday. If we go back to the weekly, see that the weekly candle is very small right now. CPI is on Wednesday. I think we have PPI on Thursday. So those are going to be the big mover days. Yeah, so going back to the daily, trend line still in play. We have these two nodes here. I also consider all of this kind of just one major node, right? This is a pretty large group of people right here that we're trading inside of or ranging inside of right now. ES looks very, very similar in terms of like the VP structure as well. And these, in terms of the session VPs, we'll go to a lower time frame, go to the 4-hour chart. We look at the session volume profile. We have the overnight bias is lower, so the point of control from overnight so far this morning is down at 21,746. Okay, so it's a little bit lower. Let's go to the 1 hour, a little bit lower of a time frame. It's a little bit lower, so very likely we'll come down and retest that today. We could have a very strong opening to the week. Again, it is Monday. We could have a very strong opening to the week just because, one, we've tested this trend line many times already. And this could just start ripping higher and going for these highs. I could see that. But just based off what the VP is telling me, the more likely scenario, again, we're playing poker, is that we come and we traverse down to where the magnet is. It just makes sense. And then there's low value down here. We come down just to retest the trend line, right? And just bounce like that. Again, not sure on the timing of that, but really the trade that I'm looking for, my trade plan is to look for longs down here. That's where I'm looking for longs. That's my current trade idea. Probably won't be doing anything else until that happens, or if we crack this high around here, I will look for a mean reversion back into today's session, probably like this. These are really the only two trades I'm looking for today. Anything else, I will be honestly not really caring. So I'll literally set an alert right here. And we'll set one down here just for these lows as well on the way down. That's what I am looking for.
I like how you use the alerts to basically take decision making out of the equation. Like you've already decided, you're saying, okay, this is what I'm looking for. Once price hits this price, that is when I will look at getting into a trade. And then otherwise, like you just don't care, like whatever the market does.
Yeah. I mean, it's very likely, like, and I'm looking for these edges, like this long that I took from here, right? It's like 270, 260 points, whatever it was, out of those 300 points that it ripped last week. Was just waiting for it to get to that price area. So it's because right now we have a, what is it, 110 point range in a market that's giving a lot more than that. So we just need to get out of being inside. We're still inside of prior day. So not a place, in my opinion, where I would be looking for trades. So I'll be waiting until we get outside, and then I'll trade back into it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Forrest. So the market right now, we're just at about 8 points from unchanged from Friday's close. Not much is happening. And thank you for the reminder that it is Monday. So maybe it'll be kind of choppy. And CPIs this week. I think we have PPI too.
Yep.
Maybe some jobs data also. Today, I believe we have some news at 10.
Today?
Wasn't it too exciting?
I think so. Barbie, do you see news at 10 o'clock? I'm not sure if that's 10 Eastern or Central.
There's not anything that I care about. I didn't
Okay.
put anything in mind. It looks like there's some retail sales, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all tier 3 stuff though.
Okay. No tier 1 news. No news. Frenchie Trade says no news. Future Trade says no news. Speaking of news, we do have news as far as the weekly promo. It is 25% off the starter plus accounts, and then also 25% off the expert accounts. Both those accounts I really like. What I like about them is there's no daily loss limit on either of them. And yeah, for when I try in full port. But you can set your own daily loss limit, which is awesome. And then also with the expert accounts, it's great because once you get funded, it's not based on how many winning days. Like the starter plus, I believe, like for the 50K account, it's like 5 winning days of $100 or more, then you can withdraw. But with the expert account, it's time-based, which is completely different. And I don't know of any other accounts with any other firm that is time-based. It's 14 days. So that is what I'm going for because I've never done that before. And I think that would be awesome to basically get paid every 2 weeks. And it doesn't matter how much you're making each day. And then also there's no consistency rules in the expert, in the eval and in the funded, which is awesome. I like that too. So should we take a look? I can share my screen if you'd like. So we're going to try the 5-minute orb again, guys.
Orb it up.
Oh, it lost 5 days in a row last week. It lost every single day last week. What's so weird though was I went and looked at the NDX, which is like the actual NASDAQ index. And there was one day that it would have won. I think it was Thursday, risking 1-to-1. So it's really weird to me that in NQ, the futures contract, it did not. It lost.
So what I kind of look at is, so this trade is the opening range breakout. And so it's a breakout trade. And the market's less likely to break out when we're ranging. And we were extremely rangy last week. So that's the way I kind of look at it too. So, and we don't really know. So the opening range breakout, or the opening range sets the tone for the morning. Mm-hmm. So if it ends up kind of failing, like that's also kind of a sign that we're getting choppy. So I did want to kind of point that out a little bit too.
That we're consolidating chop.
Because everyone wants to know, how can we tell if we're choppy today or not? And we don't always necessarily know, but
yeah,
we can hedge a bet or we can watch or we can do both.
Something you can look for is you want to see how aggressive overnight attacks prior day low and high, right? So if you're trying to determine chop, I like to think of the every day as like a story, right? The narrative of a session, right? Because
of the real people.
Yeah, they're people, right? I'm an auction theory trader, so I'm thinking there are only so many outcomes that make sense, right? With people involved. People are greedy. People are very fearful. They're fearful and they're very greedy, and they're going to act accordingly. So if we look at like overnight price action, you're like, okay, what is the most likely scenario here? Like with this current setup, we have CPI on Wednesday, PPI on Thursday. There's no data. It's like, are we going to rip lower today? Like, sure, anything's possible, and we could rip lower, a couple hundred points in the morning. Very, 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 very unlikely, right? What's most likely today, knowing that we have that data today, and knowing that overnight really kind of just consolidated, right, is that it's going to continue to do this, right? Overnight did not drift. There was no bias overnight in a singular direction, right? We didn't just drift up. We didn't just drift down. And you can just do that thought experiment. Everybody on stream, just go through prior days and just look at the overnight story, and then how that was like the prologue into the morning, and then how the morning was a prologue into the middle of the day and into the afternoon. And just run those scenarios in your head and ask yourself, like, what candle actually makes sense? Like every time I've seen a setup like this at this time, the time and day is also important. What was the next set of candles that happened? Right? What makes the most sense? And if there's too many possibilities, don't trade.
Yeah. So speaking of not trading, I think if I wasn't in this systematic trade where I'm like, okay, I'm taking this orb every single day, we're risking 1-to-1 for now. On a day like today, I don't think I would really want to trade with really no real catalyst. Although we did have the jobs number on Friday, but on a Monday, today would be a great day to kind of sit out or sit on your hands. I think that is something that I need to get better at, Forrest, is like,
well, the idea behind
trades.
My idea behind having a really systematic trade at the open is it does have you sit on your hands unless you see something super ideal, which is really rare in the opening minutes, especially on a Monday.
Yeah, to not like just jump in right at the bell.
Yeah. And I think maybe it's coming from when I started out trading options with one of the knucklehead groups that does all the yelling and screaming at the open, and then 5 minutes later is all gone. Like, oh, you missed it. And I don't know. I think there's a lot of people still in those groups, and so I think it's a really good exercise to wait and kind of see what the real traders that are actually moving the market are actually doing.
Yeah. I have wondered if we were to do a systematic bracket, like let's say risking 200 for $500 at the open, and whichever direction price moves, like we just jump in and just every single morning take one trade and just put it on like that. I do wonder statistically if it would make money, just like the probabilities and the long game of the law of large numbers. I'm super curious about
that. I mean,
yeah,
that's too close in my opinion to a coin flip. I like to, I don't know, too close to a coin flip. I mean, I'd have to backtest and see. It seems you're thinking like just whatever direction the market opens in, just like get in and then
just like it, and then to risk, make sure your R&R is set, so at least like a 1 to 2. Yep, just like basically expecting it to be a coin flip, and then to trade small enough that you have room for 10 losses in a row type of thing. It is interesting. I was listening to Tom Hogarth. Is that his last name? Hogarth?
I think so.
Yeah, this weekend. And Mark Douglas is working on some trading psychology. And it was so interesting to hear Tom talk about like the randomness of the markets. And he's like, my win rate could be better with a flip of a coin in this like conference he was doing. And that made me start to think like, oh, maybe I should just like just flip a coin and let's just have like, right?
Don't flip a coin. Your win rate will, if you're a scalper, if you're a good scalper, and I've looked at a lot of traders' logs, your win rate will be like 46 to 55% if you're good. And people have different like profit factors. If you're more of a swing trader and you have edge, I've seen people with win rates at like 70%, 80%, but they're taking they might take like 2 trades a month.
That's
right?
so
The more discretion that you trade with, and the more patient you are. If I basically say that I'm only going to take a trade when I have pocket aces in hand, and maybe that only appears once a month, your win rate's going to be exceptionally high, but you have to be good at ignoring every other hand that you're dealt. But yeah, I'd say like, flipping a coin, you'll be 50%, but you have to be really good at the managing your risk to actually make that, a profitable win rate. So
market is open, you guys.
Indeed.
It's not doing much. It's about 12 points above unchanged. Pretty balanced. How are we on views and likes this morning? Should we set the first bounty,
I just totally
gang?
irresponsible. Yeah, let's do something.
Let's work on our bounty. Okay, it looks like we are at 498 views. Let's get that up to 1,000. And then how are we on likes this morning? Oh, I like this.
Mine is not updated. I can't see.
Let me take a look.
I think it's just danced around 160 something.
Yeah, we got to push those numbers, guys.
Those are rookie numbers.
162. All right, let's get the likes up to 500. Y'all start off the Monday on a good foot. So we will set the first bounty for a free giveaway at 500 likes and then also at 1,000 views. We can do it. Everyone go and share the show on all of your socials. Let all your friends and family know about the show. It looks like the market is wanting to push down. We're still at about unchanged from Friday's close. So with these doji candles, that's like indecisive, right? Like typically speaking, doji candles like indecisiveness.
It depends on the volume. So the way that I read a doji candle is they can be a signal candle. So if a doji candle closes with relatively higher volume than the previous candle, and it's at an edge, that's actually one of my signal candles that I'll use for an entry. So say we sweep the high, we sweep the prior day high, and do a red doji or a down candle doji, then I would enter. I'm slapping on a short. If it's a higher volume candle, I'm slapping on a short every time, at least to the POC or like whatever the next key level is. I'm just looking at platinum while I talk. This did that measure move that I mentioned, whatever last time I was on here talking about this. But
I haven't been looking at platinum. You're really making me want to.
I've been tracking it just because someone mentioned it. So we're getting close to. So we finished the measured move, and it came up to this edge here. But I am eyeing for the reversal of this because it's very likely. I mean, platinum just ranges, right? We can see it ranges, so I'm just going to play the range. But yeah, let's see if I can find an example actually on the charts of a doji, high volume doji. But it is in like the VPE system or the signal candles. So shooting stars, dojis, hammer candles. We'll probably have to go to like the 15 or something. But yeah, higher volume candle in the direction that you want to take the trade. Let's see here. So this is the wrong color, but this is an example of like a B setup signal candle. So it's a doji candle, relatively higher volume. This is on the 15-minute. Swept previous low, and you can see that all this volume came in after sweeping an edge, and the market did a little U-turn there. So if this was green, this is a high leverage trade every time, but because it's red, let's take like normal risk on that. So quick little example.
Thank you, Forrest. So I'm going to enter in my brackets. And yeah, make sure you fill out the survey. Bullish, bearish, or it's Monday. Relax.
Nick should do that every day anyway. But I was wondering which doji you were looking at for context also.
All right, we're tagged in on the
Oh, you
sell
want me to go
side.
back? I guess I should have highlighted it, huh?
I was wondering what doji Terry was looking at, because we did put on some smaller ones on the daily last week, but
Oh, it was the doji, just the first 5-minute candle.
oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to cancel this order now on the buy, and then I'm going to bring my stop loss down. I kind of just want to like just let this take profit stay to make up for losses on other days. I'm wondering when I can start tweaking my strategy. What do you guys think? It hasn't been that long. How long do you think I should let it
why
go
are you
for?
itching to tweak it? Is it because you were hitting losses last week?
Yes, that is why.
So what I like to do is look at kind of why those losses happened. So is it because the stop was in the wrong place, or was the stop in the right place and it just wasn't breaking out? Because sometimes it's like the stop was too close, but sometimes it's just the market really wasn't playing nice with that. I actually noticed that after I tested on NASDAQ and found better results, ES played better last week, which was kind of annoying. But I mean, that happens.
Yeah.
And then that's when you like feel like you need to take it personally, because it's out to get me. It does feel that way sometimes, but it's not.
It
All good.
does, but we know that's not the case.
Yeah.
It's just numbers.
Have you tested? If you possible, I'd also look back and see what the longest losing streak is, because it could be well within, like, you know, that possibility, right?
I have never seen it lose 5 days in a row, so it would be bananas if it loses today. But anything can happen. Yeah. So I did try and re-download Ninja onto my laptop, but I couldn't get it to work because I wanted to do some back testing this weekend. I did do some like hand back testing on some other strategies, which works too. Just takes a lot longer.
Well, I also like to point out to people that unless you really are educated on Ninja backtesting, the built-in backtester, the historical data, is using candle close data. So if you're entering if you're not entering on candle close and you're entering on a break, it's not going to give you the same results.
Oh, right. Because it won't let you backtest on.
You can, but you have to then download all the historical tick data, and it's a whole extra thing.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people tell me that stuff doesn't work, and they're testing it differently than they thought. So
yes. And that brings up a good point. Sometimes people will backtest only like 10 days and say, oh, this strategy doesn't work. And you definitely need a bigger sample size, right?
Yeah, I had that comment. It's like, but I tested it this whole week. And I'm like, yeah.
You should do at least, like, I mean, if you can do it programmatically, like, I mean, go way, way back. But
I try to look at what we're doing right now. So like if it's an options back test with 0 DTE, then obviously I'm not going to go back when we didn't have those and that sort of thing. But
how are you able to backtest with 0 DTEs? I'm so curious.
I use a paid service. It's called Options Omega.
Okay.
It's kind of pricey, but you put on a couple options trades and it's paid for. So
yeah. Options Omega.
That's the way I look at that kind of thing. But that way you can do. I test spreads that way. So I actually find it to be pretty accurate. But then you can go download the Excel and go check it. So I've done that before, where I download the Excel and then I'll go back into playback on Thinkorswim or Interactive Brokers or whatever, and go test a couple days and make sure that back test is doing what I think it's doing. It's extra work, but I'm telling you that extra work is where you get your confidence and all that in your trades. So
yeah, and being able to stick with it.
Yeah.
How many people listening? Like, how long have you been able to stick to a strategy for? Like, would you say Let's do a poll. I'm so curious because I personally think that is one of the hardest things for a trader to do, like a developing trader, is to stick with a strategy. And how long can you stick with it for? Like, if I were to guess, I think a lot of people have a hard time sticking with just one strategy for an entire month and not deviating, not taking discretionary trades outside of that. Like, I'm wondering how many.
I don't think I could do it, actually.
You don't think you could?
No, I would be still taking discretionary trades. But it's okay to do both. But if you're taking a systematic trade, that trade's got to be systematic, and then you can allow. So if I'm taking this orb systematically every day, I can still take my delta divergence trade, you know, when I see it, and that one's hard to program. So I'm still going to take both. You know.
Yeah. I'm kind of wanting to just eventually just try one for 30 days, like as a challenge. So
yeah, no, that is cool though.
For like as like a exercise, like lifting weights. Like, can I do this for 30 days? This only one strategy. That's it. Nothing outside of that.
You can do
Magnus said trading is highly subjective. This is true. It really is.
Well, there's art and science, and I think our personalities kind of find a different blend of how much art and how much science.
Yeah.
But I have done that before, actually, where I decided I was going to trade 0 DTE spreads for an entire month, and in my options account, I even have a brokerage statement to prove it. I only took 0 DTE SPX trades. Most of them were spreads. I did it for an entire month. And I got really good at that trade.
Selling like out of the money spreads or at the money?
Out of the money.
Out of the money. It's interesting you say that because I've been practicing that so, in a paper account, just selling spreads. Okay. Low 0Q says, can you explain the 5-minute orb strategy, please? Yeah, so this 5-minute orb strategy, everyone does the orb strategy differently. Basically, you can just define your own rules. So it is a breakout strategy. I use this 8:30 Central Time candle, the opening candle. And if it breaks below, I'm selling. If it breaks above, I'm buying. And then I put the stop above that candle. So because it triggered me on the sell side, the stop is here. And I am risking reward about 1-to-1. So that is why the take profit is here. And for this, I have been doing a progressive betting style on this. So we are 6 days in of the last 5 days. We're all losers last week. So that's why I have 6 micros on. Again, do not copy me. I've never done a progressive betting style that's systematic. So we'll see what happens.
Wait. So how does that work? So
yeah, I was going to say we need to
add a contract.
Yeah. So every time you lose that day, we add another contract for the next day and we keep adding. So it's not like a martingale. The martingale betting strategy is where you double every single time. And that can get out of hand so fast because it's purely exponential. This is more linear. So like every single time we lose, like Monday we lost, I put on just one contract. Tuesday I did 2, Wednesday 3, and we just keep going until, so today if we win, we're all the way up to 6 because today's would be day 6. If we lose, hopefully we don't. But if we win, then tomorrow I start over with 1. Basically what that does is that cancels all of the losing days, and then you win 1 for the winning day. This is it's called a progressive betting style. Do not copy me.
You're counting on
this is not endorsed
out over time, right? So like if it's lost a few times, you're counting on that win. Is that the idea behind it? Okay.
Yes, exactly. And with a win rate of greater than 50%, like law of large numbers, like this should work. But you can go on. It should work. It should work. So with how many losing days in a row can we have? We don't know, even with a 50-50 probability.
So the mathematical, if you have a fixed bracket, which I think you do for your work, a fixed risk to reward.
It's based on the first candle though, so it's not fixed.
Right.
It's dynamic.
Which that brings up such a good point, you guys, because that is one thing that I've thought about changing is like, can we get as close to $200 per trade instead of using the candle as the measurement for the R&R? Or like maybe it's $100, like whatever that set price is. That is something that I'm thinking about changing, but I feel like it's like too early.
Well, there's the math on your linear, like what you described, won't work if you don't have a fixed or larger bracket, because then you won't actually recoup those losses. So I just wanted to mention that part.
If it's not fixed, I have thought about that. I know this is an experiment, you guys. I'm being a guinea pig.
Just experimenting live.
So it's 8:45 Central Time. Barbie, you might get tagged into your trade. So we'll just let my trade run, see what happens. And let's take a look at Barbie's chart.
You know what you should do, Terry?
Let me get that trade on real quick.
You should do an orb in both directions. Like do one on sim. You should do a sim the other direction. And just track
to see which
so
one.
I've been wanting to run this when I get the backtester built for this. I want to test the range also, and I want to see how often we go back to the midpoint. When I started trying to backtest that by hand, it was terrible, but I think it's actually a really interesting trade idea.
That is interesting. So Forrest, why are you saying I should do one on sim and then one in like an eval or funded?
Just for the science.
Yeah, just to see what the outcome would be. Yeah. So basically, I would be like fading myself. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and just for reference, like this is a good idea if you're ever iffy on a trade and you're actually risking real money. Like I will inverse my trade on sim just to see, and it's not the outcome, it's the journey. So I will watch price action. Have you ever been in a trade and you're like watching it and for some reason you just feel bad and you're like watching go up and down? Yeah. And so when you're ever in that moment, like a thing that I started doing is I'll inverse myself on sim and I'll just watch both of them, right? And you can kind of see like, oh, well, whichever one wins, this is the price action that I need to be attuned to for this trade to win, right? Mm-hmm. But mostly I was just saying, just try it just to see, right? Because it might be enlightening to where you can develop more edge over time, right? To where maybe even if you flipped 2 of those 5, I think it was 5 losing days. If you flip 2 of those into wins,
yeah,
right, that's a significant impact over the life of your P&L.
Oh yeah, so there were days where it came so close to the TP. It's not like it was 5 days in a row where it just like the trade went against us the entire time. There were a few days where it at least hit 50%, or it like I think was it Friday, we were like 10 points away from hitting TP.
There are a few times where if you just take the rules that I put out in my trade and traded it would have hit stop loss or gone back and hit break even. But I did add that discretionary element. Like I saw price curling on the 15 and things and exited early. So I don't know, there is still room. That's what I was thinking when I was talking a little bit about blending that art and science and trading. So, but that comes with time. And when you're new, I think it's really, really good to have a systematic approach while you're still learning all that other stuff where you kind of get the vibes and a feeling for how things go. Because it does become a little bit more intuitive the more you stare at charts.
Yeah. And maybe that intuition, because for me, I do have that intuition, but I think I get in trouble a lot because I think, oh, it's my intuition, when really it's not. Like, I just don't have enough experience to be like, yeah, like this is, I'm a hardcore good discretionary trader. And that is why I'm trying to like exercise this muscle, you guys, of practicing, like at least putting on a system and then doing it every day. So it's not even so much about does this work or not. For me, it's like about the exercise. Like, can I practice discipline every day?
Absolutely. And part of it, like, I think we talked about this offline, but we might have talked about it some on stream too. sometimes sometimes it's a great day. You come to the computer, you're ready, everything hits right, but that doesn't happen every day. And I like to have some things that I can kind of fall back on when either I'm distracted or overwhelmed or busy or whatever else is going on, because that's how life works. So
Yeah. Market is really balanced. We're just at about 17 points from unchanged. We're already 20 minutes into the open.
yeah, and I do have these orders in. I am taking note that NASDAQ is responding more bullishly to this bounce than ES was, which I don't love for a breakout, but we can go for it. Someone was asking me why I already had orders. So this is just kind of like the system that I'm showing y'all right now. We're going to add some more trades too, but I wanted to kind of step y'all through my process. So this is just the 15-minute orb. So I just have orders on the high and the low of the first 15 minutes, and you can mark it however you want it. I built a little tool because I wanted to not be marking this every day. So I have these little marks already, and I have them on NinjaTrader. They're just really faint on this color. I haven't changed the color still, but that's all those are. I'm trying to show a really systematic trade, and then I'm hoping that as discretionary trades pop up, I can show more of those. But like I was just saying, like sometimes it's nice to have a system to fall back on when either the timing or something else doesn't work out on some of your more artsy trades, I guess.
Yeah, I do like the VWAP to use as an artsy trade. Like when we crash below it and then take a short, or we like rip above it, it does give me some confidence. Do you know what's so wild, Barbie? Like when my trade loses, like how I'm on the short side, it will tag you in on the long side.
And I actually have done this. I meant if I had time to do these trade recaps, I would have, because I had a couple times last week where I got tagged in on one side and then stopped out, but immediately got tagged back in the other side and got the break that way. So it either put my account back, or it basically gave me a scratch on the account, or I might have even been able to take a third break. So that has happened, and that I do that. So that is it hasn't happened on stream because we've been consolidating, so the market's been a little bit slower. But sometimes you'll have it destroys you the first time, but then it gives you everything you need the second time.
Oh, you're tagged in.
Yeah, and here's where you can see those kind of orders, and I just move my little lines or my little order lines to the other little lines. I just try to keep everything really easy. That's why I make these
Barbie.
tools.
Tear for me, but go Barbie.
Well,
there's no crying in futures.
It could play games with both of us, which it has done, and end up just staying in this range.
Yes, it has done. Everyone, smash the like button. Let's get those likes up and get the views up too. We are at about 318 likes. Our first bounty is set at 500 likes and 1,000 views. Let's do it. Okay, and we're also going to pop in a forum for your chance to win a free account, a free 50K starter account. So make sure you fill out that form for your chance to win. And that is not based on speed. And we'll announce the winners later today.
It's based on luck. So you have to be nice and have good mojo and good energy and good karma, and then you get it.
Yes. Oh, it's for the starter plus. I want to win. I love winning stuff. I have to tell you my story of the very first time I ever won a raffle.
What happened? Where were you?
I was in college. I was in this big auditorium. I mean, there was like, I don't know, maybe 500 plus people easily. And it was a raffle. Like literally you'd rip half and then you had to put it into like this gigantic bucket. And they announced only 3 winners. And I was thinking to myself, oh, I'm going to put out good vibes. I'm going to put out good vibes. Law of attraction. I can see them pulling out my ticket. And then they pulled out my ticket.
There you go.
I obviously got really lucky. It wasn't, I don't know. Some people would say it was because of my visualizations, but I think I just got really lucky. So that's the first time I ever won anything. Have you guys won anything?
I don't think I've ever won a raffle. The only things I've won were through like competition, I guess, or something. But now I have terrible luck.
Oh,
I've entered a lot of
Into
raffles.
them because
I've entered a lot of
I'm sus of everyone just stealing my infos and
like the car raffles, like where you can
yeah,
win a car.
not into it.
Yeah. I see Nick Q said manifestation. Marson says win, W win.
There is truth to that. I mean, if you're negative all day, you find more negativity. That's just how it works. If you're positive all day, you find more positivity.
That's
This
true.
is true.
Find what you look for.
Yeah. Our brains just look for it without even us consciously being aware of it. Someone said they won their girlfriend.
There you go.
Zero Q. Way to go.
Barb, this is an actual thought I had, but I noticed that you have a background in real estate. Home prices have been getting slashed a little bit. How significant do you think it is right now, or what does it look like in your market?
Well, in the Austin market's always kind of crazy, but it gets slower. Everyone it does kind of freak out, but everyone's been freaking out because we're not like on this completely vertical trajectory for a change, and that's all perfectly normal. So just like the NASDAQ has breaths and ebbs and flows, the real estate market does too, and it's the same thing where it works on a larger scale and a smaller scale, but the larger scale is more favored because just real estate it takes at least a month to do a real estate transaction. It probably takes you a lot longer than that. So it's not like you can just enter real quick like we do in the futures market. But the cycle has us kind of hitting a low coming in next year, maybe to 2028 or so, before we start heading back up. But I mean, everything that I've seen, things are holding pretty strong. It's just coming off of extreme highs, which is normal for any market. But I don't see a bubble here because we've added all the population. That's what everyone was saying. Well, the numbers, all these prices are too high. The thing is, real people were paying real money for them, and real people were moving here to drive those prices up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People love Texas. It's like the new California.
Yeah. I keep saying that this suburb out here is the new OC. The problem is they come here because they love the low taxes and all of these things, but then they bring the California culture, which isn't really compatible. So it's a little interesting, but
that's interesting.
I've been to Texas one time.
Which part though? Like Austin or Dallas?
I went to Houston, I think, or like near Houston. It's actually a crazy story that I'll spare you all. But yeah, Houston one time. It was chill. A lot of driving. Yeah. That's the thing I'm not really a fan of. Like I have a car. I do like 1,000 miles a year on my car, guys. Like I do not drive. I drive to the beach. I like walking. I hate being in traffic. I designed my life to not have to drive. So my office for my studio is like I can bike there in 8 minutes. I ride my bicycle. So
that's awesome.
I drive for the vibe. That's about it.
For the fun of driving fancy cars.
But yeah, I mean, I can drive 7 hours in any direction and still be in Texas. So that's fine.
Ugh.
How many hours?
6 or 7 to get to any border.
That's so cool. It's cool that you have the ocean. Like in Texas.
We have ocean, mountain, deserts. I'm in the hill country. There's plains in North Texas.
Everyone,
we have everything.
Everyone fill out the form for a chance to win a free Starter Plus account. We will be announcing the winners later today. And hit the like button, guys. Where are we at? 363. Let's get it up to 500. And then
1,000-mile road trip.
I've had to do that a lot. We've driven to Disney World twice, I think. Driven to Arizona, driven to Wisconsin, driven all over the place. But I don't drive very much in town, so that's what's actually kind of funny. But I don't have to go anywhere. We have everything here.
Good food.
Interesting divergence on the tickers here as well. very muted day. I mean, it's what we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
It's Monday.
That's what I was mentioning. Yeah, I don't like this for the trade, how ES is not wanting to be up with NASDAQ, because actually the Dow and the Russell are doing a little bit more of the ES thing.
Yeah.
Which would be good for the alternative trade that we had kind of talked about, where you stay inside of the opening range.
Mm-hmm.
But my idea with putting it on NASDAQ is, yeah, NASDAQ breaks out more. Go ahead, Forrest.
Those alerts I set, like we're like squarely in the middle
Yeah.
of both of them. Like it's the price is just in, like you said, inside. So it's the muted day, guys. I would just wait, if you're not in a trade already, just wait for something to happen. I'll be waiting for these edges, and maybe we don't get a trade today. Very possible. I mean, I say I might not get a trade today.
Yeah, speak for yourself. I've actually taken like 6 trades today. I was a little bit of a degen this morning, but I saw something I liked.
Yeah. One of the things I do, I was going to say this earlier, Barbie, when you were talking about journaling, is I used to journal every day. I don't journal every day. I journal on the weekends, every weekend though. So Saturday morning, the first thing I do every single Saturday, there's a restaurant around the corner. They know what I want. They bring me my coffee. They bring me my food. I don't have to order. I sit down, I open my laptop, and I just review the week. So I'll review all my trades, my data, and then I'll like write in my thoughts, right? I'm too busy to do it every single day now. So you don't have to be crazy about it, but it is good to have, you need some type of review time in general. It's pretty useful.
Yeah, I have thought about just journaling just my emotions before I get into a trade, during a trade, and then after. So not even like the results, but just focusing on emotions.
Yeah.
Just so that
I noticed like those lunchtime trades, like half the time, probably more than half. I didn't actually run the statistics, but it was most of the time when I would get into a trade around lunchtime, I'm like, I don't even want to be in this trade. I don't want to be sitting here. Why did I do this? Because now I have to sit here and figure out what I'm going to do with it.
Yeah. And we can always get out of a trade. When I've made mistakes with trades, or I'm feeling that, like, why am I even still in this trade? It's like, just cut the trade, just be done.
Yeah.
I
look at it and I'm like, I'm sitting here going after $150 or something. Like, this is not worth it.
No.
Yeah, I think over the long run, it's really good to put those reps in of cutting. If you ever feel weird about a trade, just get out. Just get out, and like just come look later and see if it was even worth all the minute by minute anguish.
Yeah.
Usually it's not.
I see a very good question. Let's take some questions from chat. I see a question from Gerline Quar. I have been day trading for past 2 years, still not profitable. I have issues with over trading and trying to take it slow. Do you have any suggestions? What do you think, Barbie?
I like the one that we've been talking about earlier, because this actually was one of the major ones that came out probably in my first year or 2 of trading, was keeping that spreadsheet and then the journal that I would follow up the spreadsheet with at the end of the trading session. So if I'm done trading at noon, I would kind of do it at noon. If it's end of the day, I do it end of the day. But is the trade worth going in and putting in your log? If it's not, if it's like just some stupid random little idea and you don't want to actually put it in your log, then it's probably not worth taking.
That's helpful. So something to kind of slow you down.
Yeah.
And then to
it
help
makes you give it that second thought, for sure.
Yeah.
And it makes you think, is this a real trade, or is this I'm bored right now and I just want to push the button?
Mm-hmm.
And I used to keep a paper account too, just to put random BS trades in. If it wasn't a real idea, but it was like, oh, I think it's going to go up, then I would put that in a paper account and just watch myself get destroyed in paper for putting on something stupid.
That feels a lot better. I've done that too with paper. Yeah.
Someone said, how long is too long to not be profitable and when to call it quits from trading? That's up to you. Make smart financial decisions. If trading is detracting from the rest of your life, then I would, consider not doing it. You also have to ask yourself how seriously you're taking it. you know, one of the mistakes that people make in life that I see is that they confuse frustration with hard work, right? So you might be frustrated and feel like you've done a lot, but you may actually just be in like this, you know, maladaptive, like shitty cycle, right? Where you just wake up, you do the same bad habits, you feel bad about it, you feel like you've worked hard, but you really haven't done anything, right? So if you're not doing the smart things, if you're not reading about trading, if you're not back testing, if you're not journaling, if you're not trying to discover edge, if you know you're just showing up every day and doing the same thing over and over again, break out of that. The other major thing that you can't fall into is the idea that you need to make your money back. So if you've had, you know, years of losses, you got to try to do like a mental reset, or even it doesn't matter how long you've been losing for, you need to do a mental reset where it's like, okay, I'm just going to focus on being a good trader. But the amount of money that you'll make once you can be consistent, like it will come, but you can't think about the money that you've lost. It just, you can't win if you're thinking about not losing. I'll say it like that, right? You got to focus on winning activities, things like that. So it can be really psychologically tough for sure. But you know, you won't succeed if you quit, and if you don't quit, you just might win. So there you go.
Well, why do you think that is, Forrest, that when people try and chase losses, it just is like a recipe for disaster?
Really, it's like it goes into when I said like money hates desperation. So if you woke up today and you're like, I need to make $1,000 today because I have a daily goal of $1,000, right? It doesn't matter that the market's chopped. It doesn't matter that we have CPI Wednesday. I have to make $1,000 today, or I have to make back the $1,000 I lost on Friday, right? You're not trading. Neither of those are or you know, you looking at the market and saying, I think the market's going to do this, I'm going to trade this thesis, right? Just you coming up with some arbitrary goal and trying to fit it into the current market conditions. So you just have to understand that, like, again, I believe trading is like poker, and I'm just waiting for a good hand to be dealt. Okay, there certainly is, you know, I could go long or go short right now. Maybe I make money, maybe I lose money, but is that repeatable? Is it something I could leverage up on over time, right? Like, would I do a 20 NQ trade in this condition? Heck no, it's crazy, right? So those are the things that I'm thinking about as a trader. Is I'm always trying to develop edge, and my main goal for today and every day, and I've said this before, isn't even today. I don't really care about today. I can make or lose money today. I want to learn as much as I can today so that I can continue to lever up over time. Like, I'm talking long term, right? So you go from 1 MNQ to eventually get to 1 NQ, 5 NQ, 10 NQ, 50 NQ, right? In a responsible way. And the only way you're gonna do that is with a crap ton of good data. So I'm a data farmer, right? So you got to get rid of all the other psychological stuff about making money back and all those things. Like, it does not matter. Your goal should be like, I need to become as much of a better trader today as humanly possible so that I can be a little bit better when I sit down and trade tomorrow.
That's so good. I feel pumped, Forrest. Thank you.
There you go. I'm here every day.
Yes. What am I doing today? And part of that, it seems, it's like, if I keep repeating the bad habits, that just gets reinforced even more. So what am I doing today to make those changes? Which, by the way, I wish I could go back in time and just learn all the good habits, but I didn't have, like, you know, good traders around me to learn from. I didn't have any of that knowledge. I think I read Day Trading for Dummies was one of the books that I read. There really wasn't a lot of material out there at the time.
Well, it was written for dummies. So
yeah.
You didn't have Forrest to set you straight.
No.
Calm me down.
I wish I knew you back then, Forrest.
Well, you know me now, Terry.
Yes.
Life happens, I guess, as it should.
Yeah.
There's another question here. Can you explain how VPE can help you from getting chopped on mornings like this? The major thing that I would say for VPE, which is just, you know, volume profile, execution, or edges, is think about the magnet. So right now we're inside of a node, Let's go to the 4 hour. Is my chart up? I think it's up. Can't see. I don't know where I am. We are inside of an auction. So nodes are people. It's an auction. We're in an uptrend. I'm looking for trend continuation. And so there's two I'll keep it actually super simple. So one is we have this defined range. Okay, we have highs and we have lows. I want to short the highs and I want to long the lows. Anything else is pretty objectively suboptimal, in my opinion, right? Because you're getting less than what the market is giving, right? If you're not shorting over here and longing over here. And then when we add the auction, if I said, okay, this is all the places that the price has been, how important is each price? And we can figure out how important each price is by adding the volume profile. So we add the volume profile, we can say, oh, there are a ton of people down here. It's actually the most amount of people on the screen are right here. And there's some right here. So I should look to interact where people are playing the game, which is down here, which looks like a trend line bounce, right? So that's, how BPE can keep you from getting chopped, I would say, in this current condition. Is just waiting for the most obvious thing to just occur, right? And it will, right, eventually, but just gotta wait a little bit.
Thanks, Forrest. Let's do another question. Barbie, your trade is looking good. It's pushing higher.
Yeah, and in my other account, I'll tell you, because people were asking me what else I trade. I just saw this line forming on NASDAQ earlier on the 5-minute chart. I don't know, it's a little bit easier to see on my other chart. I just keep buying 21,795. I've just bought it, and that's why I've been saying I've overtraded, because I've bought it like 4 times now. I bought it when we came back up through it this time. But the orb's working out too in the account that had that one in. So it's turning into a big Monday morning, actually. But sometimes I just see those levels that we just keep hitting and hitting and hitting. I was watching it pre-market. Oh, we got Terry up. I was like, wait a minute. My chart looks a little interesting today, because it's
the chart.
Oh, that's so funny. Thanks,
bro,
guys.
trust me, there's a good level there. Now, if you go look at NASDAQ, we kept hitting the I guess it was really like 21.8, but then when we came back down and retested it, it was the 21.95. So I've been just rebuying that one.
Okay.
But the
Wow,
orb,
it is
I'm
pushing
hoping
higher.
to trail. Just imagine my chart, and the orb is pushing higher. I'm getting ready to trail it.
We are having some technical difficulties. Hang in there with us.
It's party stream today.
It is. It's Party Monday. Zavro said, "What on earth? LOL."
Technical difficulties.
Okay, we are pushing higher. Market.
I am going to go ahead and trail this just because we're almost at my spot, and I'm watching this other trade too, because on the other trade I'm looking at 21.8 21.885 or so.
Ooh, it is pushing.
So we'll see.
Go,
The other one I'm going to trail a little bit differently than this one. I'm not set up to show both at the same time. I was trying it earlier. I'm kind of clumsy with it.
We are, NASDAQ is up about 56 points.
Yeah, everyone's cracking me up on the back end here.
Yeah. Good morning, Vala Trades.
Yo.
Oh, we do. Yeah, we at least have that trade back on. Yeah. I'm not in a good place because y'all will see my account, but I got the other one going on the other screen. Well, maybe let me turn my chart trader off.
It is pushing higher. It would be nice if we see it take out Friday's highs.
That's the other one I have going on that I've actually been scaling out. I originally bought it and I added. So I got 2 NASDAQ situations going on here, but I'm gonna start trailing this other one a little bit closer.
Achievements 2K asks Barbie, do you only trade R1-to-1 RR?
No, people ask me that, I think because they see me throw the bracket out that is 1-to-1, and then like the orb is 1-to-1. It's usually a good starting point to me if I'm going to optimize a trade. But and I do throw my bracket out that way because I'm going to move my bracket as soon as I throw it out there. My bracket should be out of the way, and then I can move it to where the actual levels are. And the reason I do that is my bracket is that way if I just have to hit one button to get in and have a take profit and stop loss, and then I just have to actually set them. Otherwise, it takes me too long and I get frustrated. So not going to do that.
Methodical Man's in the house. Shout out to Methodical Man. Hey. It's pushing. We are still pushing higher. This is looking good. And your stop loss
is real strong too. Yeah, I moved this stop loss on the orb trade to just above break even. The other one, I just moved the take profit up where I was looking, where I mentioned y'all earlier. I don't think I'm going to try all the way to 22,000, but I'm going to see how close we can get before I get a little antsy. Got to book that one. But this other one, I'm going to take it 21,880 or so. Is that what that says? Yeah.
Hey, Dell. Dell said, where's my shout out?
What's up, Dell? Okay,
everyone smash the like button, and let's get up the likes up to 500 likes for the bounty.
Yeah, don't hit it. Smash it.
Smash it. Smash it. It's
Call
Monday.
Chat, dude. Why am I calling the police on the chat? What happened?
for
mine got buried. Let's see, there it is.
How many likes are we at now? Let's see.
They're saying we're at 500. Yeah, 541, I think.
Awesome. Good job, guys. Let me see if we can drop a giveaway. I know we originally said 1,000 views. We're at 634 views. Let me see what I can do. Do you guys want to answer another question while I go and see if I can get us?
Yeah, I was just trying to decide if I'm putting something else up on here. Okay, let's see. Have you ever reached a point of giving up? So yeah, a few times. But sometimes you have to pull yourself together and look at the big picture and kind of come up with a plan. So I'm talking about when you feel like giving up. Sometimes you just have to go touch some grass and then you feel better. But sometimes it's bigger than that, and you need to strip all your charts down to just the candles and add the very basics back to do just a couple trades. We talk about sports analogies a lot, and this is a big thing for me in sports too. I'm raising athletes. I was an athlete, but when you're struggling, if you've hit a wall in sport, if you've hit a wall in trading, whatever it is, we always go back to basics and just start over, just build it back up. And that has always just worked wonders for me whenever I need a big major reset. I think, Del, you should touch the grass too, not just the homies. It's a different experience for sure.
You both got two hands.
We have Pine Tree Trader in the house.
Yay, Pine Tree.
Woohoo! Pine Tree Trader will be streaming with us in a little bit here in the next segment. So stay tuned.
Let's go. I'm actually looking for this. I recorded. So when I lost that $500,000 in Egypt, I actually recorded it. It's the one video I've never posted. It's not the one. I haven't posted a lot of videos, to be honest. But I took like a video, like I'm like standing, I'm trying to find it. Maybe I'll post it and I'll share it with you guys, but it's literally just a brain dump of me talking on like this like plateau in the middle of Egypt after losing.
In the heat of the moment, huh?
So like you will lose, and like, my recommendation is don't lose as much as I did in one trade, but I took a break.
That's my plan.
I took a multi-month break from trading after that loss, guys.
It was a big one.
Required. And then I came back, made it back, and then some more. But that's life. The way that I look at it now is like I had the opportunity to lose $500,000, so I must be doing something right.
Yes. 100%. And I'm sure you learned a ton from that experience. Okay, so we did hear back, and yes, we can do a giveaway, the code drop, even though, so we did hit the 500 plus likes. Good job, guys. and it will drop anytime. I don't know when. Everyone get ready. It's for, oh, here, there it is. 50 happy Monday, 50 free resets.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
NASDAQ is pushing. I'm waiting to see if ES is going to catch up a little bit here too. I'm liking the flow on ES right now, y'all.
Yeah. Last week, ES, you said it printed with the 15-minute orb better than NQ.
Yeah, it was kind of annoying, but you know.
Oh, I found it. Found the video. I'll post this later.
Roasty got it. Good job. Rally point.
That's the one you have to be fast.
First time. Congrats.
And I believe there's more because we're sharing the love with the speed demons. We're sharing the love with the lucky lose, whatever.
Yes. Make sure you fill out that form for a chance to win. We are going to spin the wheel and we will announce 10 winners from that. So make sure you fill out the form if you haven't already.
How long was my break? I took like 6 months off. I took a long break. I actually took such a long break. I considered not trading because I remember I was like, man, I have so much time now. I started trading again. I was like, I have no life again. But I love trading.
Isn't that amazing for us when you stop trading? You're like, oh my God, I have so much time.
Yeah.
Market is still pushing higher. We are up about 70 points from Friday's close. And
yeah, like
Barbie,
I'll post some gains in Discord later because this is going to be a good day. Yeah, this one's working out. I'm trailing the other one a little bit tighter because I'm going to push that target a little bit higher too.
Let's go.
But yeah, let's go, Nazi. I did hop in ES also, but I'm doing way too much over here. Sometimes you just you're in that spot and you go for it. That's what I'm having today. I don't know why it's happening on a Monday morning, but we'll take it.
This trade looks beautiful, Barbie. I love all those green candles.
Yeah. Well, I had a nice little setup I liked on ES too. And so I took that one. So they're both going. But on ES, I'm just going to kind of take it to these, probably where we opened up regular trading. Oh, no, we're there now. Yeah, we'll see if it goes a little bit. I'll trail it now, though. Now I have to get set up to share multiple trades for when this happens.
Oh, so pretty. Okay, we're up 72 points in the NASDAQ, pushing higher. A bunch of green candles in a row here. Let's go. Who else is long? Type 1 if you are long right now.
I'm super long right now.
How long are we talking?
I don't know. I've taken a lot of profits, but I'm in NAS, MNQ, and ES. I'm in all of them and MES because I took it on multiple accounts. And some of my accounts can't take the minis, so those get micros.
A lot of people are long. ICT Mastery says previous day high is my target. Carlos, you're long. Jan, long.
Yeah, we got a lot of good targets up there. The market really gave us sometimes it's really tricky and hard, and some days the market blesses us.
It's pumping. Sometimes when I see it like this, I think, well, we should at least hit 100 points, like 0.5%. I don't know. It's just kind of where my mind goes. Like, oh, we're already up 70 points. You think we would at least hit like 0.5% green? I did see a question. Let's take one more question. Chat, what do you want to know from Barbie and Forrest? Ask us anything.
And I mean anything.
Forrest means anything.
Barbie
they get crazy when they ask me anything.
I see favorite food.
Well, it's not for no reason, Barbie. Okay.
That's true. I mean, I'm a lot.
Okay.
I know.
What's your favorite food, Barbie?
Favorite food depends a lot, but down here, my favorite treat is going out for barbecue. You got to take the old classic truck to some kind of old school. It's Texas barbecue. Everybody's got their own style. I love Texas barbecue. Brisket, smoked all night. That's the one.
Forrest, what's your favorite food?
No, I'm not single. My favorite food or fruit?
Your favorite food is fruit?
Food? I'm really simple. I mean, the thing that I order every Saturday is I get French toast at this little restaurant. French toast with strawberries and blueberries. Nice pile of syrup on there.
There's a restaurant here that makes carrot cake French toast, and that is amazing. By the way,
so good. Jason Kong asks, what freedom has trading given you, and was it your ultimate goal once you started trading?
I thought I would have more time, but I ended up coming back and like hanging out with the community more. But I do have the freedom to really choose when I want, to my detriment sometimes too, because sometimes I'm like, I don't really feel like getting up and doing this today. But yeah, I want to set my own rules. That's where we are.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's how I I'm the CEO of a media company, and I look a little dingy right now. I'm streaming from home, but you know, I've bought, you know, 6 figures of video equipment, you know, which is a huge blessing, all from trading. So just investing in other things, other businesses. One of the things that happens is like once you have a little nugget of change, is like you can then diversify your income. You shouldn't try to diversify your income if you don't have money. In my opinion, you should try to just make some money first. So trading could be that thing for you. And then I don't have a desire to like only trade. Like I'm a serial entrepreneur. I like building businesses. I'm also a software engineer. So like I like building things. I like investing in companies. I work
Not good at sitting still then, huh?
Huh?
Not good at sitting still then, huh?
No, like I'm an academic. I like learning. I like putting getting my hands into things. So
I love that.
For me, it's just more opportunity.
I feel like once you stop moving, it's really hard to move again. And it's good to just always keep moving and always keep aspiring and finding new projects and new things.
Yep.
We hit 1,000 views, guys. Good job. Thanks everyone for sharing. Let's go. Make sure you fill out the form for your chance to win. We will be doing the wheel, I believe, in the next segment. Any last words of encouragement on this Monday, Barbie, Forrest, before you go?
Well, I'll add, like last week, I know that this particular trade is frustrating, but the reason that I keep doing it and keep showing it to you is so that you can see when it does work out, that, you know, it does work out really nicely, and it can help kind of give you a bias. So like for my other trade that I was in, this trade kind of helped me. Having both of those trades both pointing bullishly kind of helped give me some confidence. And that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about, like adding all of these different things to your arsenal over time, not trying to do it all at once, but getting really great at one thing and then layering and layering. You can make this a lot easier and more simple. So that's always my goal.
Thank you, Barbie. Forrest?
You know, all of you have the potential, right? You have the ingredients and the pieces, right? But just like baking, right? If you don't use them in the right order at the right temperature, you won't get a nice cake. So use what you have, maximize your potential. Hop on with me, please, tomorrow, 7:30 to 8:30. If you need help planning for the day, I'll be doing that for the next 30 days, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, just doing daily planning. So that's all I got.
On Forrest on that channel, Forrest?
Yep, there's a link down below, or I'll put a link in the chat where you guys can. I created a Notion template with literally everything that you need, right? So I'll put it in the chat right now.
Thank you. Yes, and links to follow Bull Barbie, me, Ash, Matt, everyone. Forrest it is in the descriptions in case you're watching and you're wondering and you don't have chat pulled up. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much, Barbie. Thank you, Forrest. Have a fantastic day. Peace.
We'll see ya.
See you tomorrow. Hey, hey. Hey, Luke. Oh, Luke, you're muted.
Dang it. It's like 5 years past COVID and I still come in muted. Come on now. Amateur rookie mistake. How are we?
We're doing good. That was a great show. Market is a little sleepy this morning, but Barbie, her 15-minute orb worked. My 5-minute orb did not, but that's okay. We keep going. We're learning from experience. And the biggest experience for me is learning to practice and stick to just one system. Like I'm lifting weights here.
Okay. One system.
Yeah.
All
How's
right.
your morning?
Good. So far, so good. Lively. We're off to the races. We're running something pretty special this week.
Do tell.
At MyFunded. I'm going to put a link in the chat with code YouTube. If you are an existing customer of ours, you've been with us before, use that link, use that code to get 25% off evals or resets. What? I've been busy this morning getting that cooking. 25% off resets or evals. We're trying to make it easy for people who are uncertain where to go next, where they should be trading. There's so many firms in this industry. Who can you trust? We've always stood for trust, transparency, fast payouts, rules built for traders. So that link is in the chat. So give that one a go.
Thanks, Luke. That is off 25% off all evals, like any kind.
It does not include starter. I should disclose that.
Okay.
But all evals, all resets, except for the starter plan. So almost everything. That's
huge. Thank you. Yes, I purchased another expert 150K eval this morning, and I did use a code, and it saved me a ton of money. So I can go buy lunch later. Yes, and chat has done such a great job with sharing our stream. Good job, guys. We have over 1,000 people watching, and we have 568 likes. Thank you.
All right, should we set another big bounty? 1,500?
1,500?
We do a mega giveaway?
A mega giveaway? I've never heard of a mega giveaway. This sounds very exciting.
Does it?
Yes. 15K. So that's for views?
Yes.
Let's ask chat.
1,500, not 15K.
Oh, 1,500. Okay, chat. Type in 1 if you want a mega giveaway. Mega. This sounds like really big. I see some ones. Daniel says 1. Roman Arts. Yes. Luke, I am getting this feeling. Everyone wants a mega giveaway.
All right. And I see somebody in chat asking, and I saw this in Reddit too, like, why not the love for existing users, only for new users? Here's what I would say. I don't think that is really a fair characterization. For new users, yes, they can get half off of one eval, one time only, forever. That is a really nice little welcome gift, a really nice little welcome bonus. But if you've been trading in this industry, you know that users often go through many evals, many plan types, many resets, extended periods of time. And so that first purchase, if you think about it, is maybe like a $50 value that they're getting off. You're getting 25% off of everything. So it's a $25 differential. It's not like we're saying, no, go away, we're ignoring you, loyal people. We work really hard to price promos and special offers and all that for our existing users at a way that keeps us in the position to be a really sustainable, tightly operated firm, which we are. And also to, give you the shots that you deserve and to thank you for being a part of our community. We wouldn't have to do any sort of promos, but we do it to try to be helpful and look at how we run our business in order to be in the position that we can price in such a way. So that's what I got to say about that one.
I like what you said, Luke, about it being like a welcome gift for new people. Like one time, welcome gift, 50% off any account. So anyone who's listening, if you haven't traded with MyFundedFutures yet, I absolutely love the firm. I know I'm biased, but I really do. I can tell you so many reasons why later. But yeah, so if you haven't used code YouTube to get 50% off your unique welcome package for joining us. Thank you, Luke.
Yes. And we'll look at how we can do some sort of loyalty rewards or programs too. Stay tuned. No promises yet. There's but I think it's a good idea. But all right, Terry, you've got a special guest. I need to stop blabbering on.
Wait, before you go, a loyalty program. Oh my gosh, if you guys are talking about that, that is super cool and exciting. Chat, type in 1 if you want a loyalty program. Let's show Luke what we want.
Woo!
Woohoo! Loyalty program would be amazing. Where we buy so many accounts and we get points like a frequent flyer card. Josh says yes, 1. Thank you, John, David. People I think they want a loyalty. No pressure, Luke, no pressure.
All right, now the pressure's on.
Okay, thank you, Luke. Yeah, let's welcome Pine Tree Trader to the show. Hello,
Hey.
Pine Tree Trader.
Hello.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing all right? Yeah.
Any good trades this morning?
Yeah, I kind of took the 5-minute ORB for a pretty good scalp.
Oh, nice. Did you take it on the downside?
Yeah, I took the short.
You're so good at scalping. I am doing the 5-minute ORB systematically, and I got smoked on it. Are you interested in helping us announce the winners from the form to win free accounts?
Sure.
Okay, let's do the wheel. Let me see if I can get it ready. We will do the wheel. Market is still pushing higher. We're up at about 86 points. This is, so I have to explain this, you guys. On my chart, these are Heikin-Ashi candles. So this is something I'm kind of playing with right now. I'm thinking, okay, if I do a bracket of risking 200 for a $500 reward, when I start to see this, where the market starts to change, this is actually like an indicator that you can choose by going over here. And I selected Heikin-Ashi candle. It basically averages the previous candles high, low, open, I believe. And then it does like this equation and it'll spit out like this candle here. And when these bottoms are flat like this, it means it is trending higher versus over here with all these dojis. It tells you it's very choppy. So this is something I'm kind of looking at possibly creating a system with, just straight risking same exact bracket, 200 for 500. And then when I start to see this change, just throwing the trade on. Like, let's see if it works and just let the numbers play out. Okay, I am still checking into the wheel. So Pine Tree Trader, please tell us a little bit about yourself to our viewers that might not know you. Share with us how you got into trading.
Okay, yeah, so I got into trading back in 2021. So the during COVID, and my brother actually, I was doing some trading, like swing trading with stocks and things like that. But then my brother's like, have you ever looked into futures trading? And I'm like, no, I never looked into it. And then so we started kind of trading futures together, and like every day we would call each other at the end of the day and just kind of observing the markets and things like that. And yeah, that's how I got into it. So
what did you like about trading futures?
You didn't need a lot of money, you know, with the pattern day trader rules and things like that with stocks, it's much harder to get into trading stocks, especially day trading stocks. And, you know, futures was just a low cost. you know,
Yeah.
especially with the props. Even though back when I started in 2021, it was a little more expensive than
Yeah.
it is today.
Speaking of expensive, you can win your free account. So do you want to announce or help me announce the people who won?
Sure.
Okay, let's go. How about you? We'll take turns announcing the winners. We will pick 10 winners to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. All right, let's go. Miss Trading said Terry wants to spin it so badly. I do. This is my favorite game. All right, let's see who wins. Freshie, congratulations.
TCG Andy, of course. He actually won my very first giveaway on my stream, which is hilarious.
Oh, that's so cool. Congratulations. Arseng, congratulations on winning your free 50K Starter Plus account.
Cursed Trader, congratulations.
Blow up man, congratulations.
Big Tip. Congratulations. I like
Congratulations. Just a reminder to all our winners, open a ticket in support to claim your prize. John C., congratulations. New account.
Slam Tap Boom. Congrats.
That's a cool name. People get really creative with names. Maragon Trades. Am I reading that right? I need a bigger monitor. Or maybe I need to check for glasses. Congratulations. Last one.
Kelly 33, congratulations.
Congratulations,
Awesome.
y'all. Make sure you open up a support ticket to claim your prize. And we'll be doing more giveaways if you did not win. So stay tuned to the rest of the show and the rest of the day. We love you all and appreciate your support. So the market is pushing higher still. So all these candles are all green. This is the Heikinashi candles. And let's go look at the candlestick. This is VWAP. This is a 9 SMA I have on my chart. Do you want to share your chart, Pine Tree?
Sure. If I can, let's see.
Yeah, it's that present button at the bottom.
Okay.
Feel free when you see a trade, if it's part of your setup, to take it. No pressure if you don't see anything. Everyone smash the like button. Good job. We're at 595 and our views are at 1,400. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We appreciate it. It's so much more fun with the
my
more
screen,
people.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can see it.
All right, cool. So
Okay.
I'm actually going to take a short here.
Order filled. Did you? Oh, okay. You're entering short.
Yeah. So I like to trade inside bars on the 5-minute chart and Harami candles. So that's basically my strat. So just happened to put in an inside bar right here. So currently I'm up pretty good on this account. I took daily loss limit on the starter account last Friday. I didn't have a very good Friday. But I'm up pretty good on it. So I'm going to take a short here and see what happens.
Tell us more about your inside bar strategy. I know you do have a video. Everyone go to Pine Tree Trader's YouTube channel to watch his content. Very good. And you did make a strategy video about haramis and inside bar, but can you quickly share with us, like, what does that look like, the inside bar? What does it mean?
Yeah, so basically an inside bar is just like how it sounds. It's on the 5-minute chart, it puts in these inside bars. So it never swept the high or low of the previous bar. And the harami candles are basically the body. Can't really see it that well on this candle here, but the body opens and closes within the body of the previous candle. And that's basically what harami candle is. You can see it pushing down right now. So I don't think I'm going to be...
Ooh, it's going.
Quick win right there.
Nice trade.
So usually what I do is I end up targeting. So if you have like a pretty big engulfing type candle and you put in an inside bar or a harami, I end up targeting the opposite sides of that candle, whichever direction it breaks the inside bar.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's basically it. It's very simple.
Yeah, I like simple. I don't want to think when I'm trading.
Trade some discretion. Like, if we get like a super candle that has a lot of momentum, I'll take a momentum trade or something like that. Or initial balance highs and lows. I'll take breaks or retests of those, of the initial balance highs and lows. Or sometimes I'll just play the VWAP. Like this strat right here actually could trigger a nice short all the way down to the VWAP, but I tend to scalp. So I know Terry likes to hold trades a lot longer than I do. So
I do. I like to hodl trades. It's such a hard habit to break when I'm not when market conditions are not conducive to hodl trades. I love hodl trades, you guys. I like to sit into a winner and just hold it. But yeah, it seems like more days than not, scalping is the winner, at least for trading props too.
Yeah. I think that like I try to hold, like I'll have a YM. Matter of fact, I was in a YM trade earlier and now I'm kicking myself for getting out of it because I paper handed it. I actually went in short right here and I was actually looking for a fill of this gap down here. And that's when I'll like hold trades longer, like on with YM. But NASDAQ, I tend to scalp more. Like YM, I'm usually looking for like 100 points, 130 points with the YM. And I got in this trade right here earlier and with 2 contracts and ended up getting out of 1. And then I ended up getting stopped out at break even. And basically, this was a 945 candle break. It's a Tom Hugard strategy. But also it lined up with some of my other strategies where you had a bear flag break. You can kind of see here.
It's so interesting. YM, it looks so different than the NASDAQ chart. It just looks like a nice trend down versus the NASDAQ.
I don't know why my hotkeys are not working, but yeah, my hotkeys are not working. But anyways, we put in a flag break here. And you don't even need to buy my course to learn this.
You don't have a course. You're joking.
No. But anyways, we put in an inside bar. We swept above it. And then we came back and took out the opposite end. This usually creates some momentum when it kind of sweeps above and then takes out the opposite side. I put in a bear flag. And then the 945 school run trade, which is a Tom Hugard thing. So I ended up getting in short here, but then I ended up having to stop above here. And then obviously this is hindsight trading, but I moved my stop to break even. And then it took me out and then now it's running. and my target was down here. So if I look at the 30-minute chart, this is like TPO stuff, but these are kind of like single prints. I'm not looking at a TPO chart, but if you want to call it a fair value gap, single print, whatever you want to call it. But I was targeting this down here, at least 50% of this candle. And you can see what we're pushing down now, but all hindsight. But so I do look for longer intraday type swing trades.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but not so much with the NASDAQ.
The NASDAQ. But type in 1 if you trade the NASDAQ, aka NASDAQ. I think everyone who trades the NASDAQ, myself included, it's just so quick. And I think that's why we like to trade it. Dell trades it. Ding T trades it. Magnus. Angelism. AMIR. Now. Neek. Nas Nasty. Yes. We just love it because it's so wild. And then we also hate it because it's so wild.
Yes, yeah, for sure. It kind of fits my personality.
Like in what way?
NASDAQ, you know?
Say more. It fits your personality?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I can't sit still.
Yeah.
For very long. And I feel like NASDAQ can't sit still.
Yes.
For very long.
It's so funny. It's so funny you say that because I have the same problem. It's so hard for me to sit still.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Sure.
constantly
I need to get one of those standing desks.
Yeah, we need standing desks for sure. So tell me about your streaming journey because you do stream on YouTube and typically you always stream in the evenings, right? Like Globex, turtle markets at the open.
Yeah, so I stream the turtle markets. So 6 p.m. Eastern time. And the reason for that is I trade all day. I'm a full-time trader, but the reason why I just hopped on 6 p.m. Eastern time is because the streaming market was just so flooded with streamers during New York Open. So I just had this idea where I'm just going to hop on at 6 p.m. Eastern and for the market open and just kind of talk about the markets and how everyone did for the day. And I'll do some live trading and things like that. But yeah, so
yeah,
and the channel's been growing like crazy because of it. So
yeah, it really has been. I think not just because of the time, but it's because you're a really good streamer. So everyone go check out Pine Tree Traders stream at market open in the evening when the market opens. And you also do giveaways, which people really like you're for the people.
Yes, I try to do giveaways when I can.
Yeah.
You know, for the people that support the channel and yeah, it's been pretty awesome. I can't believe how fast the channel's growing. I mean,
yes, it's growing so fast. John, welcome. Oh, so sorry, John. I'm like completely destroying your last name.
I call him John Walk.
John Walk. John Walk is in the house.
Keegan. Yeah, I see a lot of my subscribers. Yo Jim. Dell. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And we have some awesome people that come into that are part of that come into the chat that are just really good traders and have been trading for a long time. So
yeah,
that's
I'm
still learning every single day. Yeah. And you know, if a newbie comes into the chat and then you know there's some experienced traders that can help answer questions and things like that. So
that is the nice thing about like a diverse community of traders. We have people who are expert traders who've been around for a long time. And then we also have people who are new and just learning. And we can all learn from each other, regardless of where you're at in your trading journey. Because people who've been trading for 10 plus years are still learning things, which is part of why I love trading so much. It's never ending. It's not like you get to a spot and you're like, all right, I can I can book it, I can relax and just print money forever. Like that is so not how it works. And I just love that we continue to try and improve.
Right. Yes. And there's just so many different ways to make money in this market. It's like everyone in this chat has a different way of trading. Like, I mean, even if I showed someone, I say, well, here, it's pretty simple. You just take the break in the inside bar. Someone is going to trade that differently than I am.
Yeah.
Right.
And exactly.
So, which is pretty awesome. And so I'm constantly learning from people like you and, people in the chat. And I know like when Terry and I first started talking on X, she was inspiring me to hold my trades longer and to push my winning trades. Like,
yeah, I was like queen of hodl.
Yeah.
I kept posting posts like, I'm hodling this.
Right. And so like, because like we were chatting, like, about, pushing our winning days and not just cutting it off and things like that. It's like, I started having bigger winning days. I had my first, 5-figure days, things like that, just by pushing it, because I would take like $200, $300 and call it for the day. And then the next day I'd end up losing $600 and $700.
Right.
So then, I'm going backwards. And then Terry was like, if you're having a good winning day and you're really feeling that market, it's like push your winning days. Don't just push your winning trades, but like push the winning days, So.
That is partly how I'm able to pass evals so quickly sometimes is like, for example, on Friday, I passed the expert account in, I want to say it was a day. And I want to say it was a day, but I made over 12,000 in profits that day because I started with 1 micro and then I made money. And then I got it up to about 6,000. And that's what I used to push. Like when I saw the right trade, I risked all 6,000 to get to 12,000, which do not copy what I do. I'm like also queen of yellow at times and full porting. But yeah, just that idea of pushing it when you see it. And also with MyFundedFutures, all of the accounts are end of day trailing drawdown. So I am able to do that with these accounts. Other companies, if they have an intraday trailing drawdown, you really can't do that without like completely getting by, barely skating by, because you get penalized with an intraday trailing. Yeah, so this short I'm in, you guys, it is working. We are up about 370 points. So this is, I just use this bracket, this 200 risking for 500 profit. I'm really trying to just make my trading more simple, easy, less thinking. This was the idea when I was showing you the Heikin-Ashi candles. So when I started to see this is when I hopped in short. Pine Tree, you were in your short. I'm like, yeah, I like that short. So I just hopped right in.
And you're still in it. See, that's the difference between traders. Like, I'm already out. She's still in it. But
yeah,
she likes to hodl her trades. She likes to take bigger wins.
I do. I like to hug my winning trades. And the hugging the losing trades, that's got to go. That habit's got to go.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Yes.
So what do you do with like trailing? Do you trail your trades at all?
Okay, sometimes all right, with MyFundedFutures, no. Because they end a day. But if you have an intraday trailing account, like intraday, I tend to trail my stops. But it's not part of my normal strategy.
So if you had no trailing whatsoever, like once you get past the buffer, you wouldn't, your normal strategy is to not trail, just like let it either hit your TP or your or your stop loss.
Yeah. For the most part, so this is something I've been working on myself. So I generally don't, unless I have a very defined setup. So like where I'm like, all right, well, I want to take profit just as it break. So I, just as it breaks the opposite end of that candle. But there's some days where I don't like to have a set take profit. So I guess those days I tend to trail my stop. I know I'm kind of wishy-washy on that sometimes, but I know but like I said, with intraday trailing accounts, then I will trail my stops. But with like end of days, like MyFundedFutures end of days, I tend not to trail them as tight and just really let that winner work for me.
Yeah. Ooh, look, it's starting to reverse. So when I'm like wanting to bring this down to at least break even so we don't lose money on this trade. Ugh, I've I lost money on that 5-minute orb. So I'm like kind of squeamish, honestly. The market does this. This is the NASDAQ. It can go in your direction and then it can just whip back.
Yes. So yeah, I'd actually put it in a Harami candle.
So this is a Harami candle right here.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
it's Harami because this candle traded outside and then it closed back in this body. So you would take a long off here, basically,
Yep.
and then target up here.
Yeah, I would have take a long at like 847, targeted probably the top of the previous candle, which would have been like 859, something like that for a quick scalp, and then my stop would have went just below the Harami candle. So it's not a great risk to reward on that particular trade, but generally, like my win percentage is around 70%. That's generally what I trade, and my R&R is usually around 1-to-1. And I know this just from an account that I've had for over a month and a half that keeps pretty good statistics. So, and that's basically what it's been showing is around 70% 1-to-1s.
That's really good. That win
So
rate.
it's not bad, but
yeah.
But it's like you said earlier, it's losing trades sometimes where I don't put a stop loss or it's doing that dumb stuff, and that can really destroy my accounts.
Yes. So. And like for me, if I get stopped out, my temptation is to get back in right away, which is essentially the same thing as moving your stop loss. And I can do it over and over again. Like it's terrible. That's when I'm doing the erratic trading. So if I do that and then also like flipping bias. So sometimes I will, if I'm doing erratic trading, it sounds like a strategy, erratic trading.
Right. That's what I felt like I was doing last Friday.
Yeah.
I just was not feeling the market. I was just out of pocket and I was just habitually pushing buttons. That's what I felt like I was doing.
Yeah.
Just kept pushing buttons. And like I liked how you were talking about earlier in the segment where you were saying that because you and I had talked about this podcast that I had listened to about this guy who keeps track of how many times he diverts from his strategy, and then he actually keeps a percentage. So like every time he doesn't trade his edge, he marks it down, and then at the end of the month he says, well, I only traded my edge 60% of the time.
Yeah.
And then
so
then he'll
good.
actually size down or something, just because he knows that hasn't been trading his edge, because something psychological in his brain is saying, I'm trading more discretionary. So he actually sizes down from that data.
That's so interesting, right? Like adjusting your trading based on your strategy of like how, or not strategy, but data of how you're actually performing.
Right.
Yeah. I do want to do that, like track how often am I able to just stick to one strategy. I really do need to simplify things. I'm just trading too many strategies, getting lost in that. I think it's a lot easier to go on tilt just like mixing it up. I'm not experienced enough to be purely discretionary. And I feel like I'm also not experienced enough to know when to really step on the gas and when to not, and just sit on my hands. And I think such a big part of that experience is sitting on your hands. Like so many really, really good traders, they don't trade that often. They are just waiting. Yeah. Like a day like today, a lot of the top traders haven't taken a single trade today, right? Because it's like they're just waiting, like hunting, just waiting.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good analogy because I actually do hunt, and it's a lot of waiting.
Is it? Tell us more. I've never gone hunting. So, like, what is it like?
Well, it's a lot of waiting. It's a lot of sitting around. It can be kind of boring. And I think good trading is boring for the most part. I mean, I think that's why, like, with that, so many people like, watching MyFundedFutures TV or my own stream. It's because it brings that community together where it's like, we're bored. So yes. It's fun to chat with other traders and things like that. I mean, that's kind of how I started streaming myself. It was just, I was constantly in other people's streams, and I'm like, this is kind of fun. Like, maybe I'll just start streaming myself, and just to be able to chat with other traders and obviously try to make some money too, through streaming. But I mean, for the most part, it's like, I'm a fan first. Like, I'm a fan of Methodical Man and, Vala and Trades, 0 Day J and all those guys.
Cove. And shout out to Cove.
Cove.
She was on the show.
And like, I'm constantly like fanboying, with these guys. Like,
yeah.
And
it helps with like sitting around waiting instead of just like waiting and like in silence all by yourself.
So I think we were on your screen, but I actually did take that Harami long, and it was a winner.
Oh, awesome. Congrats. Yeah, I got stopped out of mine, which is fine. No emotions. It almost hit TP. It just like barely hit. Yeah, nice trade. Methodical Man's in the house.
Yeah, Methodical Man says I'm in his DMs. I'm not only in his DMs, I actually have his cell phone number. So, So, hey. But yeah, no, Methodical Man was a huge supporter of my channel when I first started streaming. He actually had me on his stream. And
that's cool.
So yeah, it was.
I think I remember that one.
Yeah, and I was super nervous. Super nervous.
To be on Methodical Man's stream?
Yeah, because I was starstruck.
Methodical Man, you're going to have to come on to our show. We'd love that. Oh, okay. Mr. Smith said, Bull Barbie's trading competition. Sign up for Ninja Trader, guys. Yes. So Bull Barbie, she is hosting a Ninja Trader competition. It's not the one that's starting tomorrow or today. It's the one after that. So when you go into, it's arena.ninjatrader.com, I believe. If you go over there, and then you sign up so Arena is Ninja Trader's challenge, basically like subdivision of Ninja Trader. So you can sign up and choose hers, and you can win real money. I placed 7th in the Ninja Trader competition in the very first Arena one. I could not believe it because it was out of 1,000 traders. And honestly, guys, I was like, I will be so happy if I can finish in top 500, because I just had no confidence in my trading at all. Pine Tree Trader, do you remember? I was like, I just don't want to be embarrassed.
Yes, I was in the same competition and I got embarrassed for sure. But yeah, no, I was like your biggest fan. So that's back when Terry and I first started chatting. Like that's when I kind of like noticed how good of a trader she was in that Ninja Trader competition. So we were talking about, because Terry and I are trading buddies, like outside of the streaming, and so we talk about our trading and stuff like that. And like when during that Ninja Trader competition, like she was crushing it, but you lost a lot of sleep. I know that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, the
She was up
competition
all
was
night trading.
yeah, it was 5 days long. So, and every day I finished like top 12, 13 each day. So I was like, okay, I don't know what the results are going to be, how everyone else is going to trade. This was my very first trading competition. So I didn't know what to expect. And I just remember I first put on one mini in NASDAQ. And the leaderboard for the Ninja Trader competitions is live. So you can see how people are placing. And so within like 15 minutes, I'm like, oh no, you have to trade full port. Like you have to go all in to try and be on like the leaderboard. And which is what I did. So if anyone's entering a competition, I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm just saying that's what I did to place high every day. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have stood a chance, but I lost a lot of sleep. This competition was like my baby. I was so into it even more than like any of my funded accounts, any of my evals. I'm like every day and night. You just, if you want to win, and I did win real money, which is awesome. So
Right.
yeah, go sign up for Barbie's competition if you're interested. Also, MyFundedFutures, we are going to do our own competition. I don't know the details yet. I do believe it will be next month, but we will find out more. And when I find out more, I'll definitely share that with everyone. Okay, oh, here's the code, you guys. Pine Tree 00 for a chance to win a free
Let's
reset.
go.
Use code Pine Tree 00. Good job in
Awesome.
the views. We have over 1,800 people viewing right now. Thank you, you guys, for tuning in. And we have over 600 likes. Make sure you smash the like button. Let us know if you got it. LO0Q got it. Awesome. Yuma win. We are just killing it today, you guys. You're making the Monday so awesome.
That's one of the luckiest codes, so people are gonna be pleased.
Victor, you got one. Donato got one. Tubby got it. Josh got it. Yeah, stay tuned if you didn't get one because we will be having more giveaways throughout the day.
So I don't know if they can share my screen again. Maybe.
Yep. Oh, there we
Awesome.
go. It's showing.
Awesome. So I'll just like just a little I want to talk through that trade that I just took. So basically we put in a Harami candle right here. So the body of this candle, this pink candle, opened and closed within the body of the previous candle. So I ended up hopping in long. I actually got in just a tad late than I would like. And then I just simply placed a stop below. And then I targeted the top of what they call the mother candle. And yeah, so I just took it for basically 10 points. So just 10 points, but currently up $1,772 on this eval.
Ooh,
and
awesome job.
Only up 115 on the funded account, the starter funded account, which I hit DLL on day one, which was last Friday. But yeah, so that's my basic strategy. And people always ask what indicators I have. And the indicator I use is LD on Tradeovate is LDT, inside outside bars, and I only have the inside bars painted. And then one of our subscribers, Ed of the Woods, made an indicator. So it's EOTW Harami, and this is all on the community indicators for free. And I have mine painted purple. And it basically just paints the Harami candle. And I actually never even knew what this was called until I started streaming, because one of our subscribers said, "Oh, that's the Harami candle." I was like, "Oh," because I just looked for this pattern over and over and over again. It was just from observation, just from the 10,000 hours of staring at the screens. And yeah, so then I don't know. He just told me that this was a Harami candle, and I was like, oh, that's cool. So I looked it up, and I'm like, oh, that is a Harami candle. And inside bar is technically a Harami candle too, but I like to just like put them in their own class just because I don't know why. It's just easier for me to actually trade them a little bit differently sometimes. With inside bars, I tend, my profit targets tend to be a little more discretionary. So I might look for the run to the VWAP or come down into this gap or things like that. With Haramis, I'm pretty rule based where I'm looking for the opposite end of the mother candle. But yeah.
I like how you simplify it with the indicators, with your chart. What about VWAP? Can you show our viewers how to choose the VWAP indicator?
So I use the CE VWAP from Tradeovate. I've always had this up. So that's the one I use. That's the one I stick with on the 5-minute chart. And a lot of people ask me, do I trade other time frames? And I really don't. Occasionally I'll look at that 1-minute chart. This is a methodical man strat that I look at sometimes, but my 99% of the time I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, and that's it.
Okay. I just hopped into a short, by the way.
You did?
Yeah. Are you? You're flat. I just hopped into a short because of this 3-bar reversal. We can share my screen if you want. And also we're trading below the 9 SMA. Anything can happen. So I'm just using that bracket, that 200 to 500, and I'll just let it run. See what happens. Thank you. I just want to simplify it.
Yes.
Yeah, simple is better in trading. I don't want to have to think like 5 different things. Did this do this with this, this? Okay, here we go. We're sharing. Okay. Oops, I'll make it bigger. Yeah, so this is what I saw, why I hopped back in the short. So remember earlier I was tagged out at about break even. It almost hit TP here. But I saw this below. This is the 9 SMA. And I saw this rejection candle. So sometimes I really wonder, Pine Tree, if I just do like a completely random trade and then just trade small enough and then bracket like 200 to 500 or probably smaller than that to make sure I can survive like 10 losses. If it would make money in the long run, if I just like did that over like 100 trades, like let's say at the open, the bell rings and then I just click buy like every single time. I wonder. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Well, I've kind of done this before with ES, and I can't quite remember, but you and I had the same philosophy with trading where the markets are random. And so it's about not oversizing and about proper risk to reward, things like that. And so I actually did this with the ES, and I don't remember exactly what I did, but I did some sort of bracket, and then every time it finished off the trade. So it was during the New York Open, and every time it finished off the trade, I would hop in another trade, and I literally flipped a coin to go long or short.
Yeah. And
it made like $4,000 that day.
That's so wild.
And all it was just like an exercise to prove to myself that like as long as you're using proper risk to reward, that the markets can be random.
Yeah.
And that's all it was, you know. It's not like I don't recommend doing that or anything like that. It's just, yeah. And this was way back, and I sent it to my brother, and I was like, check this out. And I had all the Tradeovate statistics, and he was like, that's crazy. I'm like, I go, yeah. I go, it's,
that's so cool. I want to set something up like that and just try it. Maybe we can do that together, chat, where we take one of my accounts and we just do that together and we see what happens. So far, this is looking good. If we break this candle, I'm feeling really happy about it. Oh, there it goes. So we did print this low of this candle is 21,830. It did print 21,828. So hopefully this next one will hit our TP. It's going towards VWAP. I like that too. And it's a Monday. So kind of, chopping around. We're only 40 points above unchanged yesterday. Here we go.
Nice trade. All roads lead to the VWAP, right?
Woohoo! Almost. Wouldn't it be so funny if it just like reversed?
So this kind of goes like what I was saying earlier. Like even on your chart, you can see that inside, kind of an inside bar, that top candle there. Well, you got the
or this one.
So it would have been the like 1035 candle.
Oh yeah, yep.
So that on a 5-minute chart, that put in an inside bar, and that's like, so a little more discretionary is what I would have done. And obviously this is hindsight talk too, but that's where I would have said, well, maybe if I was looking for a little more intraday swing, I'd say, well, we could possibly take out that gap at 1010 on the 5-minute chart. I think you guys call it what, fair value gaps, like the ICT people, and then or head to the VWAP, and then the stop would have went above that inside bar, and then and you would still be in the trade,
right?
So, but for me, it's so hard to hodl like that. Unlike you can kind of sit through the trades and let it go.
I know. I think that's why, though, you get more payouts. Speaking of payouts, you just got a MyFundedFutures payout recently. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes. And got paid out instantly.
Like right when you submitted
like as soon as it felt like as soon as I clicked the button for the payout, like I get approved, like it was done.
I love that. I love that about MyFundedFutures. The payouts, it's the fastest in the land. And I love the no consistency with the expert accounts and also in funded and also the starter plus accounts. It is 25% off right now off the starter plus and also the expert accounts. So make sure you use code YouTube to help support the channel, and go and follow Pine Tree Trader on YouTube. Streams every evening, Sunday night through Thursday night. And that is in the evening, which works great for a lot of people who have day jobs. And then also all of us who cannot get enough of the market. We always want to know what's happening. Type 1 in chat if you're always kind of checking your phone periodically to see what the market is doing. Type 1. All right, here. Woohoo! TP hit $500.
Nice.
Minus commission.
Nice trade.
Thank you. Roman Arts. Yes, you're with me. Ding Tree, Harvey, Spectre. On your tab. Yes, you check your phone too. DH Acquisitions, Christian, Javita, Bao Sao. Lots of ones. I know, right? Like we just always kind of want to know, like, what are you up to, NASDAQ? What's happening? Okay, so words of wisdom from you, Pine Tree, before you go. Let's say there are new traders, which I know there are new traders listening to us right now. What would you say to newbies or people who've been trading for under a year?
So one of the big things that really helped me, especially with trading with the props, is that, don't look at it. So when you're in a trade, this is monopoly money that you're seeing on the screen. Like, so I used to get a lot of anxiety about placing a trade, or like when I get a funded account, I would blow it instantly because I was so nervous, and I would just, but look at it like, okay, well, what am I really in? What am I really investing into this account? Well, it's with a starter account, it's probably what, $97. Like that's my real risk. I'm not saying full port the account every time, but I'm like, all right, $97 is what I'm really risking. And if you're trading a personal account, you know that $97 is nothing when it comes to trading. So my advice is like, look at it. This is kind of monopoly money, the trades that you're putting on. And what I'm really risking is what I paid for the account. And that's the beauty of props. Like,
yes.
And that right there really, that's when I started getting payouts, when I started like realizing that. Like,
Yeah, like taking off the pressure and
Mhm.
seeing that, okay, this account costs me $100, and so I'm not risking $4,000 of my own money. Like, this is $100, and then that took off the pressure, so it wasn't like, woo, every time you put
Right.
on a trade.
I mean, $100 is a lot of money. I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
But open up a personal brokerage, put in $100 and see how fast it'll go. Like, you
Oh
can't
my,
even do it. Put
so
in $1,000, put in $10,000, like I have, and then blown up a $10,000 Trade Evade account. Like,
yeah,
and then you kind of realize, like, okay, well, you know, $100 is kind of nothing. I mean, I'm not saying it's not, because it is, but you know
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Oh, totally. And that's the advantage and how fortunate we are, you guys, in today that we have like MyFundedFutures, and we are able to pay just a few $100s, and we get a chance to trade like a full size account. And we have that chance to experience and learn without spending so much money. Like, so I had a month where I think it was over, I can't remember exactly. It was over like 20,000 in payouts I got that month. And it was a record month for me in payouts. It blew my mind away. But I took 5,000 of that and I put it into a live account. I lost it within like a few days. It was like, I'm like, oh my God, that went
Yeah.
so fast. And the thing for me, that feedback, I was like, okay, I'm not ready to trade in a live account, not right now. And trading in props is such a safer place to do it, is how I feel. Yeah, so market is up about 39 points right now. Thank you so much, Pine Tree, for coming on and trading with us.
Yeah, this was fun.
Yeah, let's call Luke back in. Is Luke around?
I'm always around, Terry. Don't worry.
Hi, Luke.
What's up?
Oh, hey, Luke.
Fine. That was a wonderful segment.
Thank you. That was fun. We hit the bounty for the mega giveaway.
So we got to do something special during Tom's segment in a little bit here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We like special, and we like mega giveaway. I've never experienced a mega giveaway before. I don't even know what that is.
All right. Don't oversell it now. Okay.
Okay.
Slow down here.
Okay.
We'll cook up something fun.
Okay. Cool.
A little combo action.
Thank you, Luke. You're the best. You like love our community. You create our community. Yeah, we wouldn't be here without you.
Well, Terry, none of us would be here without you. Pine, we wouldn't have just had a riveting half an hour without you. And I've got a very special guest who is truly the reason why we're all here, coming on in just a minute. How does that sound? You don't even know who this is, Terry, that's joining us.
This is a cliffhanger.
It's a cliffhanger.
Everyone, stay tuned. Let's see who our special guest is. Sounds very special.
We're going to welcome him in. Mr. Matt Leach.
How's it going?
CEO of MyFundedFutures, joining us on a Monday.
Woohoo!
Yep,
Hi,
happy
Matt.
to be here.
Let's go.
I think Matt heard Terry say mega giveaway and popped on stream to fire both of us. That could be why he's here. I don't know.
Oh my God. Not today. Not today. It's Monday. Not today.
If you're watching the stream and you just saw the man, the myth, the legend himself pop on, now is your chance to like the stream, share the stream, tell your X community, your Discord community is here. And we're going to talk about prop trading a little bit.
Yeah, the chat is already saying that I'm real, actually. So yes, I am real.
This Google VO3 is crazy.
Yeah.
I think you're a real person. Where's the prompts? But
Yep.
Matt, welcome. You know, I guess
I felt like I had to be here after you did the wedding live stream. That was something I had seen rumors of, but was not anticipating actually happening. So I had to come on.
Oh, I gotta share this on my screen maybe later today or tomorrow. But my wife, my new wife, found that this past weekend and sent me a message saying, you were late to the ceremony because you were doing a promo live stream. And I'm like, that's not the only reason I was late. There's other reasons I was late too, but
Yep. No, I get it. If I don't know, I don't really know your wife, but if I did that during my wedding day, I might have had a different reaction.
yeah.
That was so much fun to like send you off right before your wedding. Like we were all so excited in chat and cheering you on, and to see you in your suit, in your tux beforehand. That was really special, Luke. And that just tells you how much you care about our community and our firm, that you're willing to be a little late to your own wedding.
There we go. Well, Matt, you're the one that got us all here and make it all happen. Could you just start by just talking a little bit about what MyFundedFutures stands for, what it does for traders, what motivated you to start and build the company?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you could go into all the cliches you want about founding a company and what it means and whatnot, but in reality, I think the reason getting into a business in general is because you want to build something that's your own. You're tired of working for another company or another individual or any type of organization where you're not your own boss. And I think starting a company in general is that first leap and that mindset that you want to build something that's yours and you want to bring the people along on the journey with you in that regard. But in terms of MyFundedFutures, I think what we were doing on the CFD side was good, and taking a lot of what we had learned, the goods, the pros, the cons, the mistakes that we made, the opportunities that we had. For those who don't know, we pivoted pretty aggressively because of the nature of the industry, the audience, the market, the US kind of focus of futures trading. Pivoted pretty aggressively and realized that futures were kind of the future, for lack of a better word, of prop trading. And so that we pivoted pretty aggressively around, I think it was 2023. We still have both, but futures by far is what's exploding in the industry. And so right now we're just trying to keep up with where the industry is going to happen or going to go in the next 1 to 3 years. What does that look like for us? What does it look like for the industry? What does it look like for where we should be focused our time, resources, and energy? So yeah, it's been a journey, but where we're going now is kind of the biggest thing. But yeah.
And I want to talk about something soft for a minute that I think a lot of users might not understand. When we think about like rules or pricing or no activation fees, those are all like just very objective things that we offer and we think we do a good job of. Something that's harder to communicate, but we talk about quite a bit internally, is like the experience of being with MyFundedFutures, the experience of being a customer, the support, all those sorts of things. Could you talk a little bit about that, Matt, and why it's important to you and what you want to deliver for users?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a good question, because when there's new firms that show up or that pop up, right, they all have relatively similar programs and evaluations. The rules, there's only so many things that you could actually change. You could go down the traditional prop firm routes like an SMB Capital or a firm that is providing that funding. But if you don't, and you go down the kind of the evaluation services based prop firms, there's only so many things you can change on the actual product. So the companies who are going to succeed are the ones who are focusing on the user experience, from even understanding from a marketing standpoint what your company is, all the way till the payout and post payout process. So one of the big things that we're working on and you guys are aware of is every step of the process improving, from speed of onboarding, user friendliness of the application, the emails that we're providing and content that we're pushing. The customer support is obviously a big thing. We continue to grow every month, and in order to keep up with that customer support, we have to innovate new ways of doing things. So I'm a big believer that the product itself is not necessarily that innovative compared to the industry, but the company, the people, the process, the experience is what's really going to change and make a difference. And I think the firms that are trying to get into the market right now are quickly realizing that they're trying to go the route of making the product too easy, and it's not going to work out in the long run, as we're already seeing. So yeah.
Because like firms go under if they're making it too easy.
Yeah, it's when I think about it, it's not necessarily that they're making too hard or too easy. It's the model they've created doesn't connotate something that can last, right? There's a lot of predictability issues in the industry. If there's a especially volatile market for a month or 2 months, or there's a period of lag in your payouts up and down or sales up and down, right? You don't necessarily have the data to support what that looks like over a long period of time. So new firms that get into the market, they don't have that longevity to know, like, over the last 2 years, I've had kind of the cyclical cycle of running a business like this. So they just, it's not something they have any foresight to understand what's about to come.
To make it sustainable, it sounds like I heard you say it's not about making it too easy or too hard. It's a sustainable firm, really, which is like part of the many reasons why I like MyFundedFutures so much. Is like I feel confident in trading with MyFundedFutures, and I'm not worried. Like, am I going to get paid? How long do I have to wait to see? Yeah,
of course. Obviously we don't have the easiest or cheapest product out there, and I think that's something I'd never plan to be known for. That creates issues more than it creates a benefit. So something we're working on now is our original iterations of the eval to live program. I think there's a big market for it. The people who are wanting to get to the live trading accounts faster than the traditional sim funded model. Last month alone, we put over 240 live traders into live accounts,
Wow.
The most out of anyone in the industry. And so we're even ramping that up even further to try to get more people, more capital. And then once they get into live, keep them there as long as possible. It's obviously an issue that we have to deal with like the rest of our competitors. So we're trying to innovate, but at the same time, it's extremely risky to do so without proper diligence, the proper historical data on your evaluations, your funded, your performance of traders in your live accounts, that kind of thing. So it takes time, but it's something that we're trying to focus on.
Okay. And Matt, there was like some noise out over the weekend. I don't know, any thoughts or anything on the rumors that were floating around?
Yeah, of course. So this weekend, I think pretty much every firm was contacted by an individual or entity and were provided some type of, I don't want to say threats, but more so requests for payment, kind of a bug bounty program. I don't believe there was any actual breaches of the firms themselves. Obviously, emails are something they're shared across multiple firms, whether it was from a firm that had previously closed, that had leaked their email list, whether they got it from an active lawsuit where there are emails listed, whether they got it from a phishing attack or phishing campaign. It seems an individual or a group of individuals has discovered an email list that works with tons of different prop firms, right? So if you're a trader with 10 prop firms, you're likely going to use the same email and potentially the same password. So what you saw was a pretty swift response from most firms to get the information changed. So forcing password resets. So you had to change your password. And then 2FA, we recommend highly doing 2FA. But in terms of any confirmation of an actual database breach or credit cards being stolen, I don't think it was at the firm level. It could potentially be at a phishing type of status where a person was breached through a phishing campaign. They clicked on a link, the cookies were stolen, and they got information that way. But in terms of an actual coordinated, systematic breach of a customer's database where they're disclosing information, I don't have any reason to believe that was out there, at least yet. So we'll see.
And I'll just add one little tidbit. I know you talked a little bit about how we're keeping users protected, but further, we follow strict PCI compliance. All of our data is encrypted. Really a lot of best practices for users. Again, which goes back, I think, to the soft part we were talking about, the customer experience of, creating something where you experience what you ought to experience from a trustworthy, transparent prop firm.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, we focus pretty diligently on it. Joe and the rest of the tech team have encrypted everything we possibly can. Needless to say, emails are something that gets sent out all the time. And so even if you were part of a breach or a data hack that was not even related to a prop firm, there are people out there that can kind of cross-reference that with other services that you use and then figure out that if it's the same password or username that you used at your online shopping and that database got breached, you can use it at the prop firm. So we don't really know exactly where some of the emails were captured from, but from my understanding, it's simply a phishing campaign that was a handful of individuals were breached. But yeah, no, I think it's a wake up call. We're used to this. We've been DDoS attacked and attempted to be taken advantage of a number of times. It's never truly worked, but it's something that every firm should take seriously, and we try to as well.
Great. And if you have any questions, we'll put Fabio's cell phone number in the chat so you can send him a text or call. 24-hour support line right there.
Yep, absolutely. Bobby's a trooper. I'm not sure if he's watching, but he's involved in pretty much everything we do, and so if we'll have to get him back on here one day.
Yeah, he does have his fans. Can we get a heart Fabio in the chat? He is our, special guy who makes the firm run.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, I think a lot of the whole hacking situation. I think firms were taking a proactive approach simply to just get the basics of resetting passwords. Outside of that, I don't have any reason to believe that everyone should be concerned. If there's a one-off issue here and there, it's something I'm not aware of or have any understanding of how that would exactly happen. But for us, we have had no reason to believe that anything in MyFundedFutures has been compromised or taken advantage of, and we continue to monitor that.
Awesome.
Thanks, Matt. I think that makes me feel really good. Like, all right, it's taken care of, and you guys will keep updating us if things change. And yeah, I did see when I logged on, it said like 2-factor authentication recommended. So everyone, make sure you change your passwords and do all of that to stay secure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everything we have now, not just MyFundedFutures, but you can't log into anything without having a token or a cell phone text message that says, "Hey, you've got to verify." But yeah, I think one other thing I'll touch on is the whole card situation. So I'm almost positive that every firm handles card compliance the same way. We don't store the actual card information; it's just tokenized. And so when you request a charge, the token is sent to the payment processor that's storing the card information. So on our portal specifically, it has like your card stored. That's not actually us storing the information. It's simply just a kind of a UI reference so that when you want to call that token to the processor, it calls the processor and charges your card that way. So if we were to be breached for whatever reason, your card information still sits with the payment processor. So that's kind of how we handle it, and I imagine every firm handles it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Matt.
Of course. Any other questions? I'm looking at the chat. Oh, quite a crowd.
Questions for Matt? Drop them in there. Yeah, it is quite a crowd. They're well behaved today. Some days are rocky. Well behaved. Barbie was well behaved. Terry was well behaved. I think that we're delivering for the community, and the community is delivering for us today.
Yes, absolutely.
It's hard to follow.
Right. Go ahead.
It's hard to follow, but I see. Oh, that's a good question. Trade Sentry, yes, we are had some issues with some finalizations on data vendors and whatnot. So we're about to release the beta program to a couple of people on the private side. We want to make sure it's a trading or platform and charting and analytics platform. So we want to make sure that it works 99.9% of the time before we release it to the kind of the beta phase. After that, it'll obviously go out to more of a public type of community or launch. So what the original concept will be is if you purchase an evaluation through us, you'll be able to trade on Trade Century just like you would with our other platform providers. We will also have built-in data feeds for CFDs, for futures. If you aren't a trading account, you can still get futures data, crypto, and then stocks as well in the form of CFDs. We eventually will build out more data connections, more features and whatnot, but we're going to start out kind of facilitating and servicing the MyFundedFutures users. So I'm hoping probably in 2 weeks, we can come on here and do an actual live demo of the platform. We'll bring Ben on from the Trade Century side, and he can walk through the features and explain to people what you would do with it. But I know a hot topic here is it will be one of the platforms that you have to pay for, and it eventually will have a fee that you will incur. But for now, especially if you're a MyFundedFutures trader, you won't have to pay anything. It's just part of the platform selection process. So looking forward to it. It's been something we've been working on for a while, but I think it'll be good for the community. The other question built off of that I get asked all the time is will we be offering Project X? And the answer is no. Project X is not something we will be adding to our platform. Trade Century will basically take the place of what we would do with a Project X. So we have no intentions of adding it, but I'll never say never. Eventually down the road, if for some reason we need to, we will consider it.
Awesome. And something that I'll say too that we talk about quite a bit on MyFunded TV is that we're trying to build this programming in conjunction with you all, right? Where we ask the survey questions, we ask for guests to include, because we don't want to just be an ivory tower dictating here's what it looks like and here's what we're going to do, but rather we want to be a part of building it with you all. So in the same way that we're always asking for feedback every day on MyFunded TV and reading all the Reddit threads and that sort of thing, when we launch Trade Century, we'll have the same ethos. Where we'll want the feedback of what would make this outstanding for you. What features should we consider? What UI elements should we adjust? What data sets do you need? Because again, we don't want to be just telling you this is what the world needs to look like. We want you to be a part of that story and telling us here's what the world ought to look like going forward. So we're going to have some fun.
Yep, absolutely. And I'll answer one more question that people always ask for, and they are always interested in. And I think I saw Vola ask the question, what does the future of the industry look like? 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? And the answer is nobody really knows. One thing that we're taking very seriously is kind of preparing for potential scenarios where the industry is forced to change, whether that's regulatory actions, whether that's a requirement to be registered in a number of different ways, whether that's a requirement for some type of banking type reserves where you have to keep excess cash on hand, etc. We're doing a lot behind the scenes on how we can prepare for an environment where we have to do these things. So in 3 years, if something happens and says, hey, you've got to be registered, we've already got the foundation, the groundwork. We've done all the due diligence. We have the compliance in hand and the processes in hand to be able to switch to an environment where we could have to be a regulated entity that's registered. So for now, it's about preparation, making sure that we're doing everything properly to prepare for an environment where we have to change. But from a business standpoint, I think the possibilities are endless. I think many of the evaluation type prop firms will start to expand into the traditional prop side as well. So the people who are doing really well in the eval side, the sim funded and the live funded, will be invited to be a full-time trader with the firm or the firm's partnership entity, where they can actually get scaled capital up to hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of dollars, because there is an opportunity there for a firm to have both the evaluation, the sim funded, the education aspect, and also the scaling capital aspect. I also think we'll see a lot of firms start to vertically integrate more and more, whether that's the platform, the brokerage, the IB, the processing, whatever it is. I think you're going to start to see a lot of firms that are larger in the space that have the excess capital to be able to reinvest to do stuff like this. So, well, I expect a lot of changes, but it's nothing that we're not already trying to think about how we better prepare for that. So hopefully that instills some type of confidence, I guess.
Yes, it does. It's super exciting. When I heard you talk about all the money to put behind traders, I'm like, yes.
Yeah, there's a huge opportunity for that. It's just a matter of giving people the resources so they feel the need to want to stick around. Right now, there's a huge connotation in the industry. It's like, why would I trade live with a prop firm? And there's some truth to it. But the more tools and resources you can plug into a trader who's able to scale their capital beyond what they earn in a sim funded or live funded account, the better. So instead of just throwing bonuses at people, it's more about providing capital, giving them proper risk management framework, and then hopefully they're able to scale their profits, and then we take a split from that profits. Yeah, looking forward to seeing how that will change the industry in the next couple of years.
Yeah, it's really growing a career with MyFundedFutures. I've shared the analogy of it's like learning to ride a bike with the evals, with the challenges, and then, excuse me, with the funded accounts, with the sim funded accounts, it's like you're learning to ride a bike. There are training wheels on, and you're riding the bike, and you're learning as you go, and you can make money as part of that learning process, which is such an incredible opportunity. Like for me as a trader, when I think about the learning process, because normally if you're out trading a live account, like there's no training wheels. It's like, yep. When you crash, you crash. Yeah. And so I feel ecstatic hearing you say about like the money behind it, and then truly helping traders build a home and a career, really. Because ultimately, I think, so there's close to 1,000 people listening right now. And I would have to say that I'm guessing a lot of us, like we have that dream of being part of that, like top 1%, top 10% of traders. And it's easy to get distracted by like shiny objects and trying to trade like a gazillion accounts. And where I'm at with my trading career is really like, okay, let's like really just focus here and pick a firm that you want to just like go to the championship with. And so It feels really good to hear you sharing these things with us, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's great to hear. And I think we're starting to invest more in the trading side. We just hired a new person that will be joining the team in a couple weeks. He spent 25 years at Belvedere running one of their derivatives trading desks, and he loves the industry, loves the opportunity, and I think he's going to come in and help us revamp how we think about the individual trading experience to improve. Not necessarily from a rules standpoint, but like how do we actually get prop traders to succeed once they get into the live market, and then also on the internal side, how can we start to build out our own kind of trading desk ourselves? So we have some big investments into the trading side, and hoping the people will benefit from that down the road. Hoping he's pretty outgoing, so I think he'd love to be on here and kind of walk through his thought process on things and his experience, because Belvedere is quite a large company, and he was pretty instrumental in some of the derivatives trading decisions and whatnot. So I think it'll be a good experience for everyone.
So he's a trader's trader, it sounds like.
Woohoo!
Absolutely. He's a problem solver, loves puzzles, and loves trading. So it'll be good for the industry and for us.
Great. Awesome.
Thank you.
Matt, any final thoughts for us?
No, I don't think so. I think the prop industry in general is something that is still in its upward trajectory, and I think there's a lot of good things coming regardless of the firm you support. The industry is vastly growing, and like any industry like this, you're going to have growing pains, you're going to have issues, you're going to have bad actors or whatever it is. But in the end, I think stick to the journey, enjoy the trading that you can have at our firm or at any other firm, and hopefully in the next 1-3 years, 5 years, it becomes an industry that is mainstream, just like you would have a bank or social media site. Now you've got your prop trading company that everyone is aware of. So I think it's trending in the right direction. It's just a matter of the firms that are kind of on the top of the industry and the market share to drive forward in that progress and that change. So looking forward to it, and thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. And for clarity, we can still run a giveaway later this stream?
Of course. You're the giveaway man.
All right. Giveaway boy has his job still.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All righty,
Thanks,
take care.
Matt. Bye. That was cool.
All right,
Special
everyone.
guest. I had no idea.
Yeah, see? I even surprise you sometimes, Terry. How's that?
It's good. Keeps me on my toes.
So a couple things. One, we got another 2 hours or so of programming today. We got another hour and a half at this point. So stay tuned. Like the stream. Share the stream. I did promise a giveaway if we climbed to 1,500 viewers, and we did do so. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do a double whammy giveaway. I'm going to put a link in the chat with a question to fill out. All you have to do is fill out that question, submit it, and you will be entered into a randomized giveaway. So there's one. Two, we're going to do a code drop as well in this next little segment. So it's a double whammy. I promise something bigger, special. This is it. You have it. So stay tuned. Link is going in the chat now. And then I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm going to give you guys maybe 15 minutes or so to fill that out. All right. All right. With that, Pine, thank you for being here. Terry, thank you for being here. I would like to say goodbye to both of you and hello to our friend Tom.
Bye, guys. Bye, Luke.
Celebrity Tom.
Welcome, everybody. Hello. Hey,
Hello,
Luke.
my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. My God, it was just awesome to hear the man himself, the boss, talking about all this stuff, because I think this is just awesome. I mean, talking about sustainability and future plans. I mean, this is why MyFundedFutures is definitely way ahead of others. You know, like long-term plans and all this information. I think it was just huge. So I'm super happy that I could be listening in, and it was just good to hear. But welcome, everybody. Good to see you, chat. Hello, everyone.
All right. And
so
Tom,
how was the weekend, Luke, first of all?
Lovely. Cooking up some big things.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Big things.
How about yours?
Well, just recharging as usual. And yeah, obviously, I thought that we're going to have a super slow AM session, but it seems like we had some movements. But anyway, glad to be here. And don't worry, chat. I mean, you're looking at my chart. It's full of, with everything. But I'm going to clean up here, and I'm going to show you guys what really happened. As usual, I'm going to do a quick recap. And I have some good topics for you guys. But again, I must say it was awesome to hear Matt, you speaking about all these future plans, and by the way, having a prop firm to have a plan for you guys to go to a live account. I mean, that is a really, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to go for. Like compound that account up, and go for the big league, and go to that live account. Just wanted to add that. All right. Hey, everyone. I see some familiar names again. All right. So where should I start? Or do you have some questions, Luke? Or
no, we already cut into half of your time, so I'll let you run with
all right.
Sir.
I'm just jumping right in the middle here because I wanted to do a quick recap and just a quick look at what happened in London session. Now, obviously, you guys know me. I'm all about the zones and stuff, and I did well in the London stream. We did put on a few levels here. When did we start? At 2 a.m. So we were pointing out the levels at 800, and we were kind of looking into that. We had the long position, by the way. Going for that, what was that level? There was a 1 minute zone maybe. So that's all we had, a long position in London. But after that, so much, it was just a sideways movement. But this one here, this was quite an interesting one. And let me do a quick one here on the 5 minute chart. What we see here is basically my favorite levels. 5 minute bearish order blocks or supply zones here. One more, I'm not going to extend it to the right now, but one more here. So that's two, almost at the same level. And we have another one right up there. As you see, this one makes it valid. And also, if you look to the left on the 5-minute, there's another one right there from last Thursday. Yeah, it's from last or Tuesday. Yeah, Thursday, sorry. Yeah, last Thursday. And so we still have those levels. To be honest, I mean, this one on the 15-minute chart, I'm going to make this disappear. It looks like a bullish breaker, right? I'm going to stand by being a little bit more bullish. Okay. And going to be watching this price action that for maybe a possible breakout to the upside. Now, obviously, we have good targets on the downside as well. And I know you guys seeing all these horizontal lines. We have a 1-minute demand zone or bullish order block down there. We have a 15-minute zone right here. So we have zones all over the place. Like really, we are loaded up. And if we go down, we still have targets. If we go up, we have targets. On the higher time frame, it does look like that we are definitely, I mean, we are in a bullish move. But how strong is this move? Well, obviously, we are in the gray zone right now because by this time, this was the main move that happened during the AM session. And right now, we're pretty much going sideways. As usual, I used to tell this that the best thing you can do in the lunch hours that you can come up with a plan. We have the zones, Keegan. Yeah, so you can come up with a plan of what to do and what you're looking for in the PM session. My bias right now is that what I wanted to say in the first place. My bias is bullish for now. So I'm looking for a possible displacement to the upside, which we just had. So if I really will, I mean, if I want to force this one, I can enter a long position again. The problem is that so far we do have, well, a lack of volume. I think I can say that. And so I would really love to see price go up there to 29,909. And so I might going to be looking into that. Actually, I can do a small little trick here. I don't want to force it. But to be honest, I'd love to jump into a long position, especially after this displacement and structure shift on the 1 minute. I'd still say that there's a good chance that we go up there. Now, if we go back to the 5 minute, obviously we have to fight our way through here. But still, there's a good chance to do so. But anyway, that's the technical side, just in a nutshell. And what I wanted to talk about a little bit while we lift up our spirits, whether you're on a profit or in a loss. I had a very good question in the London session this morning, and someone was asking, what if I'm in a trade already? And what do you do? And I'm quite curious about your answer as well. So I'm welcoming all the answers here. So what do you do if you're already in a position, you're in a trade, and there's another setup in the opposite direction, but it's a valid setup? For example, let's just go with the classic ICT entry. You're already sitting in a nice long position, and then comes a market structure shift, and then comes the perfectly valid short setup. What do you do? I'm quite curious what do you do, guys, because that was a quite interesting topic this morning. Do you close the trade and reverse the position, or are you sticking with your analysis? So I'm really curious what you guys say. Jan is saying always trust your first entry. Okay. No full porting. By the way. Soliman says short. But yeah, so what I do, full port the trade idea. Open another position, another account. Almost. Hedging, well, Okay, depends on higher time frame. Okay. 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 Call my mom. I will call her. All right. Trust what you see. Trading strategy. Okay. Okay. All right. So I was just curious. Stop in the entry. Okay. So so when you already do your analysis before you enter the trade, for example, you have a conviction that the market is going to go, for example, the dead zone up there, for example, 909. You're already sitting in a position and you're targeting that 900 level up there, right? And all of a sudden, you just go down, for example, on the 1 minute time frame, you see a nice little shift there, and you say, oh, maybe we should just reverse the position, right? So what I usually do is that I stick to the original analysis. Now, is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? I would say it's definitely a good thing because it builds up confidence when you trade, and I think it's really important. That is the reason. Even if you lose a trade, you can come out as a winner. Now, why? Because if you do enough backtesting and you collect enough data from the market, you execute your analysis, your entry model, and you just leave the trade as it is, and you go with it, and you just don't mess around with the trade. Because, for example, if you would just reverse the position and you would hit your stop and your original trade would go into a TP, obviously you would not just suffer from stop loss, but you would suffer from the FOMO, and that would be the worst possible feeling that you can go with. So if you stick to your analysis, if you don't mess around with your trade, even if you see a perfect A+ reversal setup, but you still have your anticipated level up there. For example, if I would have entered in a trade down here and I want to target that 909, but you have your analysis based on backtesting and data, then even though it seems like that, oh my gosh, I think it's time to reverse because this is going to go down, and it really looks like for an A++ setup. In my understanding and from my experience, I think it's just best to stick with your original setup and original idea. Why? Because if you know that you have an edge over the market, all you have to do, even if you have a stop loss from that trade, is just execute the next setup. Sooner or later, as your edge is playing out, you're going to have that winning streak, right? So you're going to be in the green either way. But even if you lose that trade, you will know two things. One thing, you will know that you had the discipline to stick to your analysis and to your trade setup. And the loss, if you were not oversizing and over leveraging your position, and that loss shouldn't really matter, right? That should be just a bump on the road. That really shouldn't matter at all. But if you look at it from the bigger perspective, you actually won because you executed your entry based on your analysis. And yes, you got stopped out, and it can happen like 3 or 4 times in a row. But that's why I said if you have a bigger sample size from trades and backtesting, you will know that the winners are going to happen sooner or later. And that's why I said last week too that at the end of the day, if you journal, ask yourself if your analysis was correct. Okay, not exactly the entry setup, but your analysis about the levels. What was your anticipation of a certain level? Is it going to go that way or not? So what I want to say, if you stand by your analysis, if you stand by your entry model, don't mess around with your trade, because I used to have these questions like, Tom, why don't you exit the position and short, or why didn't you just go into long positions because it's gonna turn around? And I say, no, I would rather have the full stop. I want to know. I want the market to show me if I was correct or not. If I was not correct, all right, moving on to the next one. And I think that's what matters most. And it's going to build you confidence a lot. It's going to make you, it's going to help you to build discipline, confidence in your trades. Obviously, as I said, you got to have that information about your edge. So that's why you need to do that backtesting. And it also prevents you a little bit from overtrading, right? So that's definitely helping in the matter of overtrading. And what else? There was one more thing. But really, just don't mess around with your trades, with your trade setup. If you put on the trade, and I always say I try not to move not even my stop. I'm not moving my stop as well. Just leave it on and let it go. And it should play out quite nicely. Okay. Let me quickly read the chat. Okay. If you guys have any questions about this, let me know, and I'll be happy to answer. Okay. So, speaking of this level, I really wanted to go into a long position, but as I said, the problem is that, we're pretty much just going sideways here. And what's the time right now? Yeah, 10 minutes past lunch. Okay. Well, maybe we can see a bit of a sweep here below the 813 level. But, candles are really slow right now. So how long did it take you to create your strategy and stick to it to become profitable? It took me about 2 years, almost 2 years, I would say so, to get to those payouts. 2 years. And I would say that in the past 10 to 12 months, I always try out. I always have an account, evaluation account, to try out some new things, maybe new entries. But overall, I'm always sticking with the original setup, which is this. I'm looking for the zones, and I'm looking for the 2022 entry model. And I would say, as time went by and the months were passing by, I always realized that when I returned to my original model, which are the zones, I think by this time I just look at the chart and I just see the 5 minute, the 15 minute. I already can spot these zones, and I think that's a positive thing, and that's why chart time is also important. Obviously, don't spend like 12 or 16 hours in front of the charts. That's not what I'm saying. But after a certain of time, you will see those levels, what you're looking for. So yeah, I would say that this kind of approach, that focusing for these zones and for these levels, got me to payouts like every single month in the past year, almost a year. Like this month already, and last month was great. So yeah, and I'm not. So that's why I said I tried other stuff too. Obviously not by leaving the original model, which is this, but I always realized, it's just not good. Your brain starts to think differently. You're looking for other setups as well, and it's just not going to work out too good. Strategy hopping, and Ash was talking about it last week. Strategy hopping is also one of your biggest mistakes, what you can do if you just, switch your strategies every now and then, like every other week you switch to a different strategy. It's not going to help you at all. Anyway, but the best setup, is obviously, in a nutshell, obviously I need to see the ICT 2022 entry model. I need to see a liquidity sweep. I need to see a market structure shift. I need to see a displacement. But before that, I need to see the zone that I'm looking for, which I'm trying to anticipate in terms of target. For example, the 844 level here, which was a 5-minute zone. We had a trade in New York session, by the way, on the stream. Live on the stream. We entered, I think I entered somewhere here. Let me just show you an example, okay? I'm going to zoom in here on the 1-minute chart. As we went lower, we almost swept the 750 level. Let's just zoom in a little bit more. And what happened here? Here, this is an ICT 2022 entry setup, or almost like a bullish breaker, because basically it is a bullish breaker. So my target level was the 844, that 5-minute supply zone or bearish order block. If you go to the 5-minute chart, you will see that there is a zone starting at 844, but I'm going to show you just a second. And so here we had a fair value gap. Let me give a different color to it. Fair value gap here. And we had the market structure shift here. Right? Boom. And obviously we went higher. I think I was a little bit aggressive here. No, I was not. My entry was triggered. Actually, I had the limit order, and I put this position on my funded account in MyFundedFutures. It was a small position, but anyway, it was a limit order, and I was just looking for, I don't even know. I think I was looking for the 828. I was a little bit early. I mean, my TP was a little bit earlier, somewhere around 27-ish. I don't know. But I entered here. And, oh yeah, because there was another zone. Sorry, not the 844. I was targeting 824. I apologize. Because there was another zone here. If you look at Friday, 3:50 p.m. session, sorry, not PM session, but 3:50 in the PM session, this bullish 5-minute candle actually shifted structure down here. So that created a zone. And I still left it here. The top of the 5-minute supply zone on the mini, it was 28.75. So that was a little bit closer. And that's the level I was targeting at. So that is where I exited on the stream. So this was the position. And so, yeah, and so we got to the other zone as well. And right now, pretty much sideways. But what I wanted to say, what I'm looking for is the 2022 entry, but you got to have a good target. So I was targeting a 5-minute supply zone high at 828, basically. Last 5 minutes of the hourly candle close is the worst time to open a new trade. What is your view on this? Last 5 minutes of an hourly candle is the worst time to open? Not particularly. I mean, I know that the ICT fam is looking for those macro times. I'm aware of the macro times as well. You know, some people are saying it's 10. Some people are saying it's 15 minutes before the before the hourly candle. There's nothing wrong with opening a position, I think, 5 minutes before the hourly close. It depends on what level are you on. If it's just 5 minutes to the hourly close, and there's a very important level, a little bit higher or lower, let it be just a fair value gap or a swing high or low, then I suggest that maybe wait for that level to be swept, because, and depending on your setup, but there's nothing wrong with that. You are welcome. I mean, it's definitely not a bad time to enter, but let me look at the 5 minute again. just saying it at this time, it's a coin flip right now. If you don't have a trade on, I would say definitely not put a trade on at this hour. Maybe it's best to wait for the 1 p.m. Setups or after 1 p.m. because right now this consolidation is definitely not good. I'd love to enter into a long position. I feel like that we built up the swing high here at 849-ish area. I'd like to see a displacement higher. If we have a displacement higher, then I would be targeting that order block, or the 900s, I should say, because it's closer. So just an idea. Can you analyze Bitcoin? I'm not really trading Bitcoin, but in terms of possible levels, well, I can show some stuff, but I'm not really trading Bitcoin. Let's look at Bitcoin just for a second. All right. My gosh, we're going up there. I guess I can just look at this in the higher time frame, like the daily. The daily chart, is this all-time high? Where's all-time high here? All-time high is this one, 11,000. I'm definitely not following Bitcoin. I lost a lot in crypto in 2018, 2017. And so the 5-minute, I mean, it's definitely looks bullish, but no specific zones that I can look at. It's just going straight up there. It's definitely in an area. I mean, look at this, for example. Another good example on the 1-hour chart at Bitcoin. We have this push up there on the 1 hour and this shifting structure down there. And it started the bearish move here. Look at this on Bitcoin. It started a really nice bearish movement. And now, as we go back here, we can see that price is coming back up there. I would say, if I would have to bet, Bitcoin is definitely going to break the high of that area. So I would say, yeah, 108,943. Yeah, we could go there. So just staying bullish as usual. But I'm not trading that. Oh my gosh. NQ looks terrible on the 5-minute chart. It's terrible. So so let me know if you guys have questions about some technicals or other stuff that I can share. I thought it was a really good topic to talk about, when to reverse the trade or when not, or should you not. And don't forget that whenever you reverse your trades, just a small little add-on there, whenever you reverse your trades, you're basically messing up your edge and your statistics. I know it sounds weird, but that's what happens. Or you should do a whole new backtesting session for yourself, because maybe the recipe is changing completely when you take every single reversal trades. You're in a big choo-choo train. Okay. All right. Is it safe for Americans to visit Hungary? Of course it's safe, man. Of course. Don't say anything bad about the government. No, just joking. Of course. And we're going to talk about German cars too. You guys can have all the questions about German cars. No, we're going to talk about American cars. Works on my practice account. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's easy to push the button there. Oh, yeah. Vienna, of course. Vienna, from me, is about 3 hours by car. So no political opinions. I'm not going to comment on that. Oh, look at that. Somebody knows what is Turo Rudy. Do you wake up hungry? I wake up as a hungry Hungarian, usually. That's what happens, you know. What is a valid and unvalid supply or demand zone for you? Nice question. So a valid zone definitely has to, I mean, oh my God, I'm messing up the chart here. A valid zone must have, first of all, let me show you this. So, for example, this is a supply zone. A valid zone must have some kind of a liquidity sweep. For example, here, it needs a liquidity sweep. If it's a supply zone or bearish order block, obviously it needs to be a bullish candle. The second candle, or the first candle, the first bearish candle after the bullish push cannot trade higher than the previous bullish candle, the highest point. So it has to be smaller. And then it has to make a market structure shift. Look at that. So second market structure shift, it needs to have one. It can be a wick. It's also valid. It can be a body. Obviously, if it has a body, it's even more stronger if it's a down close candle with the body. And what else? And that's it. That makes it a valid supply level. Now, for example, here, there's no fair value gap. I mean, let's look at this one. This is the 5-minute chart as well. I mean, on the 5-minute. Oh, come on. There's a sweep of liquidity right here. And there is bearish structure shift again. Market structure shift, bearish, boom. So this area here is a valid supply zone. Now, just for the example, let's just go down, and this was on Friday. Let's just go down to the 1 minute. And the zone starts here. Let's just mark this up. I don't even know how this turned out, but I'm just curious to do a little bit of a back testing here. How did it go on Friday? Was this on Friday? No. This is it. Sorry, on the 1 minute. So this is the area that we talked about. On the 1 minute chart, it looks a little bit crazy, I know, but you're down here, you're in the lunch hour, and what's happening down here? Look at that. You zoom in. What do you have? You have a nice market structure shift here. What do you have? Fair value gaps all around the place. 1, 2. Okay. And you're seeing that level on the 5-minute chart, that 806, and you are in the PM session. Booyah. This here. Oops. This here. PM session. Beautiful, beautiful setup. You enter to a long position on this pullback into the fair value gap. Boom. Stop loss can go down here. Obviously, it's way more than enough. You're targeting the neckline of the 5-minute supply zone and 2.8 risk to reward. Even if you want to go with a little bit wider, you can have a 1 to 2 risk to reward right down there. And all you did, just pointed out the valid supply area, and you have it. It's perfect, right? So that's what you need to look for. And that's why using the 5 and the 15-minute for your levels, for your zones, is just what you need. And that's all you need, basically. So Luke is back, I think.
What's up? I'm here.
You're here. All right. What's happening?
Having some fun.
All right. We are having definitely some fun, and definitely in this sideways action. So we were talking about some usual technical stuff. But yeah, time flies again. Time flies.
All right. I promised we'd have some giveaway fun. Okay. And before people go crazy and complain that we're not giving away enough, relax. It's free things. All right. We got Rocket Scooter, Mr. Matt Cowart joining us in a minute. But can I get the wheel of names on the screen, please?
Let's go.
We're just going to spin and keep spinning.
Forever.
All right. Oh, that's my fault. It's not on. All right. Now the wheel of names is ready to go on the screen. And I might have a little surprise mid-spin as well. So stay tuned, people. All right. How many times should we spin the wheel? It's a question for everybody.
Oh man, I wish at least 20 times, but I know I may be asking for too much, right?
Should we do it? There's one, C4 boom, to celebrate Matt joining the stream. A very special day that we're having today.
Oh yeah, it's a special day, so then make it 50. Guys, I'm trying here.
Okay, that's too many. 2 numbers, man. All right, Tom, we're just going to keep spinning it until my fingers get sore. Is that right?
All right.
All right, bracket, there's 3. Tom, why don't you give us some final thoughts while we're spinning here?
Well, you know, I just wanted to say that to you guys in the chat that this is definitely a level here that you should be watching for the rest of the day. Like this 909, to me, I think it's a sweet spot. We might be pushing higher. And as I said, you can use that 5/15 minute time frame as your target level. I think it helps a lot. Obviously, don't have to, always look at the higher time frames, of course, but don't stick to the 1 minute because everybody loves the action and you want to jump in on the 1 minute. But if you like these kind of zones or levels that I use for targets, then look for the 5, the 15 minutes, sometimes the hourly chart. Okay, you don't really need to look more into this. And obviously, you know, well, you definitely have to wait until we get out from this area. That 850 on the upside and that 813 on the downside here. If we don't see a break from these levels, then I would say just don't push the button because it's totally unnecessary. And I saw a question there. Is it hard to find a trade during?
A constant theme too about not pushing the button too much. There's 10. Here's 10 for you guys.
I'm not talking. You just keep pushing the button. Are you?
All right.
Yeah, you just keep pushing the button. I'm just saying the levels here. Disco, thanks for the question. Is it hard to find trade during New York lunch hour? It's harder to find. I mean, usually, and I'm talking about from the statistics because I really collected a lot of data. I would say the lowest probability setup, especially for looking at these zones, are at this hour. I'm not saying they don't happen, but the majority and the highest probability moves already happening, you know, during the 9:30 and 11 a.m. session. So I would wait for somewhere around the 1 p.m. session, okay? Because that is, I mean, and if you just zoom out and look at the 5-minute chart right now, if you see this barcode, just, you know,
5 more. All right, I'm just hopping in to say 5 more. Keep going.
Let's go, guys. 5 more. So just don't do anything. And obviously, by the way, guys, I am at a payout level on the new funded account that I have with MyFundedFutures. I was thinking to maybe take a payout, but I'm going to build a little bit more buffer. And maybe we're going to take a payout tomorrow or Wednesday. We'll see. And I can tell you guys, I had a few payouts with MyFundedFutures super fast. I mean, I think the fastest in the whole industry. I mean, like everybody's talking about a few minutes of getting the payouts. This is the fastest I've ever seen. So this is really great. And so maybe we're going to do it tomorrow or after tomorrow. Let's build up a little bit more.
And buffer. I don't know if anybody noticed, but did you notice little sneaky codes snuck on? I promised something special for a giveaway. We not only spun the wheel almost 20 times, which is maybe a record number of wheel spins, but we also dropped a code on there at the same time. And the code was not for 50K accounts, 100K accounts.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, that was a pretty good drop.
Nice. Well, anyways, guys, I just want to say the final thought here. Thank you for having me. And obviously, it was definitely a sideways action. I was super happy to be here to listen to Matt talking about the future of MyFundedFutures, about the plans. It was just super awesome to hear. And I hope you guys enjoyed about those small information pieces that I shared here. And that's it. So thank you, everybody, for having me. And of course, I'll be back.
Get the heck out of here, Tom.
I'm out of here. All right.
Wait.
Thanks,
I
guys.
didn't need to talk to you. Can you stay on for 1 second?
Yeah, sure.
I was listening to the special on the radio last night about it's basically about media in Hungary, like Viktor Orban in the state of media and this thing called Partizan, but it operates publicly and people think that it's like all locked down, but it's not actually.
What is that? I haven't got the name there. What did you hear?
Basically, this radio is trying to tell me that Americans think that media is all locked down in Hungary, but that's not actually the case, and it's much more open than Americans think.
What should I say to that? Well, yes and no, but I would say I'm trying not to comment, but let's just say the current Prime Minister Viktor Orban is going to have a lot of difficulties in the next election because I was just saying that the media is definitely not as free as it was like 15 years ago. All I can say. So, yeah, we're working on it. Yeah.
All right. With that, I'm going to say goodbye to you.
Thanks for having me.
I'm going to say hello to Rocket Scooter himself, Mr. Matt Cowart. I'm going to say goodbye to myself. Matt, we already cut into your program a little bit, so I'll let you run, and I'll pop back in with a surprise in a little bit. How's that?
Where you going? Don't leave me. What the heck? Who told you can go?
I'll be lurking.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Yeah. So how's it going?
Good.
You notice anything different about me today, Luke? Anything different at all?
Yes.
Can you tell? There's a minor difference.
Woo!
Did I get a haircut?
It looks like you're ready for action.
Does it look like I'm ready for action?
Yes.
Well, we happen to have a tradition from our world that when the market's just trucking along and we want it to move, we bring out, the fighting warrior inside of all of us, right? To stimulate and keep going. The headband is magic powers. And again, this is real trading advice, you guys, I promise. So quote me on this. Magic powers are the secret to my trading strategy. The magic headband makes the market move up when we want it to move. You put a little Mr. Miyagi action into this, a little Cobra Kai, take no prisoners, market goes up. So we tend to, but seriously though, superstitions really don't help you in trading. That's a great lesson, but it's kind of fun to do on a slow day. So when I bust out the headband and there's a song that goes with it, I'm going to toss these guys the song. That way they have the song to play, but we have a song that powers up the market that has failed to not let the market rally. I swear the song really works. It's not made up. Certainly not a made up strategy. So, if you buy my trading program, I'll give you free songs to play that guarantee the market. I'm just kidding. SEC watchdogs are like taking notes right now. Let's get this guy. Just kidding. But yeah, it's fun to have some goofy superstitions on our stream. But welcome to the show, everybody. It's been a nice little quiet trading day for me. I've been waiting to see this market move higher. I have a key, strong, long pivot at 942, which is the resistance I think we get today before the market does maybe try to turn around. We've broken key levels in the VIX to keep the market sane and stable. We have what's called the contango midpoint. Those of you that are VIX nuts like me, I love everything VIX. There's a key level that we formulate over VIX expiration. That's 1865 in VIX futures. That's once a month level. When volatility is below this, you get nice, clean, easy days without overshooting pivots, not sensitive to news. VVIX volatility of the VIX itself is below 100. That's always a good indication as well for the market to have a clean, non-volatile, non-sell-offy day. Just nice and clean and easy as the market's been trucking along. My initial trade out the door was still long. At the start of the day on this dip, I took a long, and then we had this next dip. I'm taking a second long. So hopefully I get that full press to 942 today. It's a great risk to reward. It's about 7-2, give or take. So, or 3.5 to 1, looking pretty solid there. But yeah, how are you guys doing today? Did y'all miss me this weekend? Did y'all have a fun weekend? Y'all didn't get your fix of MyFundedFutures all weekend. Now you're back to it. You guys have a nice easy day. What is the bias today on this vote, though? People put a vote in chat. It looks like 55% of you are bullish. 30% of you are like, it's Monday. Who cares? Like, we'll figure it out later. Looking good. Looking too cool for you guys today. No, it's listen. Sometimes when it comes to investing in your future, investing in your education, investing in becoming a better trader, you clearly must invest $5 into goofy gimmicks from Amazon. It always makes your day better. At least if you're having a boring trading day, at least it makes you laugh. So that's all that matters. Can I show you the bands you were showing last time? Yeah, sure. So these are risk interval bands. For short, we call them DD bands here. That was short for Doomsday. Again, we have goofy traditions in our community. It doesn't really mean Doomsday, but the name stuck. We have project teams and rocket scooters. So we're a team of engineers to put together a trading platform. And when we do our little secret projects, we come up with an indicator. This is actually exploiting CME span, which sets margin requirements. It's a cool little thing that we did. We actually called it Project Doomsday. We invented a cool, goofy word for that. Just the secret project. And then people from our own community get together and volunteer and chew on the data together. It's a really fun experience, what we do with building indicators and building tools, because we get the community involved. And Project Doomsday was so fun that people were calling it the Doomsday Band, because that was the Doomsday Project, and then the name stuck. So when we say DD Band or Doomsday Band, it's just a secret code name. It really just means risk interval band. There's nothing doomy or gloomy about it. It's actually one of the strongest pivots we do have. It's a futures thing. It's a certain distance above or below the close price of the previous Globex sesh, and it's based on margin requirements. It makes it kind of cool. It's a whole CME structured thing. And lower band, upper band are always rock solid pivots. Lower band is always along for me. Upper band is always exiting along if I get there. Outside of the band, I don't short when it's a bull break. And then actually when we sell off below it, I also don't short to chase a short at that far. This is like automatic sit out for me. This is automatic jump in on the long for me. So those are the bands I showed you last time. We're sitting right pretty between the two of them. And I have an interrupt on my long trade, which is called an illiquidity pivot. This is based on a retracement on the move down from way back in December. 942 is that key sort of like reclaim level that I'm looking to get. So I'm long across the board in all my accounts right now, trying to make a little bit on this. One contract here. Let's see if I get anything good out of it. Is it not public? Well, it's available on the Rocket Scooter platform, which you can get from our site. But the idea is the indicators that I have can't even be put in other people's platforms. So if it was so easy, I would have made stuff and threw it in TradingView, but our stuff requires very extensive server calcs, special data feeds, and it was impossible to put them anywhere, or else I could have put them other places. So I actually had to build a trading platform just to house the indicators. That's how sophisticated they were. So other than that, I probably wouldn't have built the whole trading platform, but we did. We built our engine and the back end to power a shell version of TradingView, and then now we can actually have like a cracked up, beefed up version of TradingView, which is what this is, with their own stuff built around it. And yeah, unfortunately, it'd be kind of cool if you guys go to like TradingView or Thinkorswim and grab these tools, but unfortunately, the data feeds, they don't even have all the data feeds needed to do it, but it'd be kind of cool, right? Welcome back. What's up? What's up, Abby? Good to see you, man. Neologic, what's up? What's up? Afternoon. You played ball. The superstition is real. How'd you do though? Did you win? Did you crush it? That is part of the edge. Yeah. So you seriously look like Colin Farrell? Okay, so let's have a contest in here. I used to run this funny gag on my stream. It was called Pale Guy with a Beard. Okay. I have this theory that all, pale, I mean, I'm not that tan, but like pale guys with beards look the same. And people have told me I look like Colin Farrell. People have told me I look like Jimmy Kimmel. People have told me I look like Robert Downey Jr. People have told me I look like Jim Carrey. So if you guys were to vote, because they all kind of look the same when you put them side by side, which would you guys vote for? Look, I'm about to put a poll up there. So wait for the poll to come up. Who would you vote for that I look like a young Angelina Jolie? That's hot. Okay, I do like that. Who do I mostly take after? Or other? Those are the choices. Young Robert Downey Jr. That's what people say. Like, I could pass for Mr. Iron Man himself. Somebody said Malcolm X. I look nothing like Malcolm X. Jar Jar Binks. Hey, my name's Jar Jar Binks. I can't even do his voice if I tried. No. Maybe with this. Oh, yeah, the side. This looks like Jar Jar right here, doesn't it? His little ear flaps or whatever. Kind of have the look going on. I like George Michael. Don't I need like a... Didn't he have like an earring? Do I have anything that composes an earring? Like a paper clip or something? Here. Like this? Wait, hold on. He's on his other ear, but if I had this, I guess it's like a paper clip or something. I'm not going to stab myself in the ear on accident. Michael B. Jordan, Matt is the original JD Vance. I look like Selma Hayek. Now you guys are getting super creative here. So, Selma Hayek in her, 60s looks like Selma Hayek in her 30s. She somehow is defying, she's like some kind of miracle vampire who doesn't age. Like, she's like young Mark Ruffalo. I've heard that too. Colin Farrell. Steve Harvey. Y'all are so funny. All right. Do I look like Elon Musk? No, I don't want to look like Elon Musk. You almost wish Selma Hayek would make a bathwater soap. Yeah. So I had a conversation today. If you guys know, like slow markets, we kind of just goof around and talk about on the stream. Now my targets here, just really quick before we go into side conversations. We had a long conversation on our stream this morning about soap and about how most people use too much soap. If you guys didn't know, I got a degree in chemical engineering. I used to work in chemicals for a while. The degree is right there on the wall. So yeah, like this goofy thing we talked about is that soap, usually like when you do laundry detergent, they usually want you to like put a cap full of soap, right? Or when you're like filling it up, you push the button, it's like glurg, 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 and you're like loading up with soap. I promise you this, and you have to take my word for it, but try it out for yourself. You probably only need like a teaspoon of soap when you wash your clothes. And we have this kind of like funny conspiracy theory. It's one of our gags that we call it Big Soap. Big Soap is like some kind of organization that wants you to use more soap than you need to, but you don't really need that much. Oh yeah, bringing it up. So we have, when markets get slow, we kind of have the goofiest conversations about the weirdest stuff, but it's usually scientific. Unless you like I said, unless you're like a mechanic and you have like greasy shirts from like, auto grease or something, oil, you don't really need a lot of soap to wash your clothes. But Big Soap, they're probably going to shut me down. You hear knock on the door. We need you to open the door, sir. You get these like guys with the earpieces and tuxedos. But yeah, so anyways, the conversation turned into somebody remind us that Sydney Sweeney, the actress, now has a soap with Dr. Squatch called Bathwater. It's a soap that she took a bath in some bath water, and then they used the bath water to make special edition soap out of. So all morning today, people were talking about how to acquire the Sydney Sweeney bathwater soap. And so sometimes we talk about serious trading, and sometimes we talk about why there's none available because apparently everybody thinks I ordered it all and I stockpiling it. So here comes Procter & Gamble. The Procter & Gamble police are here to knock on the door. Get him. Get him. VXX reaching pretty critical levels soon. Wait, VXX, you mean like the instrument itself? It's been really bad since Barclays stopped issuing new shares, right? It's Barclays, right? I don't know if they ever... We used to use VXX as an analysis tool, and then when the liquidity just absolutely dried up on that indicator, on that instrument. It's an ETN that tracks VIX, and I don't remember when it was. Oh yeah, I remember. It was April of 2021, and this is where the volatility. So I guess it started coming back a little better in 23. I remember in 20, you guys see on my screen back then, they stopped issuing new shares of this, and it was like right after COVID. And then there was just no volume there. And I guess maybe last year it started picking back up again. Wherever it is. But it's in like critical shape, huh? Oh yeah, it is. Did you earn the money you began trading with through a job in your degree? So yeah, so spiritual, actually a cool story. I used to work, I was an engineer at Dow Chemical. I used to work, I used to run, so my specialty is reaction engineering. I have a like subspecialty in catalysis and reactor design economics. And I went to work at Dow making polyacrylic acid precursor called polyacrylic monomer. And so we would make essentially the stuff that went into Huggies diapers, a little powder that when that diaper gets wet, it turns into a gel. Well, we would make the chemical that would turn in that powder, the precursor of it. And so, Ladies line up for the guy that made diapers. Let's go. It's fun. But I got laid off in the financial crisis through a merger. My company actually got bought out by Dow, and then they laid off half the plant. And me being like the newest guy there, I was just in my late 20s. It was a seniority thing, and they cut 3 of the engineers from the 6 on the team. And I got a huge severance package, and that's really where the money I started trading with came from. And that was kind of the best thing that ever happened to me, because I really discovered, it wasn't because just because of trying to make money in trading was like a desire of mine, but it's because I found something I was really good at, something I really love doing. And this is just like the career. And I love being an engineer. It was fun. And, but this is like constantly a challenge. I mean, it's constantly reinventing yourself. Being good at trading is like a journey in yourself. You learn how to be a better person. You know how to be a better risk manager. You're a better friend, a better partner in life through the shaping that trading does in your personality. You know, some people, they go into trading, they hit a dead end, they hit rock bottom, and they never come from it. But traders that become better traders will tell you they feel like they become better people. It's cool, like path of self-discovery that really does. You learn discipline in life. You learn patience in life. You learn how to have tolerance of loss. You cope with things better as you advance through trading. You just become like a more self-actualized sort of, human. I didn't hit rock bottom. I hit rocket bottom. Let's go. But yeah, that's the story. And that isn't the original money that actually started making money. I think my original severance package all got blown up like the rest of most of you guys starting money. Trading is not something that pays out the door. And it took me, 5 years is when I started doing it full time. Somewhere between 3 and 5 years is when I started like feeling like I was making money. And 5 years was like, okay, I think I can do this full time. So it took me a while. And I used to think I was going to be really good at it out the door. And it was really like not the truth at all. I was probably one of the worst traders out the door, even though these days you guys might watch me and think that, I'm one of the better traders you see online. I show all my stats. There goes my long. Let's go, baby. Ooh, making that money. Ooh, making that money. Ooh, making that money. Let's go. Let's go. I'm up 1,600 in my MyFundedFutures funded account, my live account. I'm up $700 in this account right here. Now I hear my Alexa going off downstairs. She's celebrating because I said something too loud. The confluence on this trade was that the stocks are doing very well. The resilience numbers are all greater than 0. Top of the box is support in the market there. I do like what I see. Things are pretty solid. Nice little bump up. Let me double check that there's no news. There was abnormal volume on this. So every time there's volume, I have to double check that there's no news. I don't like news moving my stuff around. Okay, nothing. Good. Okay, there's also nothing coming on the calendar until Wednesday anyways. This is kind of like a light news week. As we know, Wednesday pre-market is CPI. CPI is going to be the big mover. We expect the CPI to maybe somewhat come down as it's reflecting changes in the tariffs. Hopefully not be super high. We had a 2.3 last time, I think, in CPI. And the forecast is supposed to be a 2.5. So if we come in under on CPI, market may overreact to the upside, which is good. I think we're still going back to all-time highs, so just be careful. CPI, now we double tap the top. I'm going to take profit on this just because this is my second trade for the day. I'm going to lock that in. I'm going to lock in $1,600, $1,700 on my MyFundedFutures live account. Last but not least, next green candle, I'll click it. This is pretty good. I probably made $10,000 today, guys. Let's go. Oh, the headband never fails, baby. Wax on. Wax off. It's pumping. Let's go. All right. I'm going to lock that in. $1,700 with my funded. So watch, if I take it off, I'll get the pullback and we'll put it right back on. How much was I down before I started turning things around? Maybe definitely 6 figures for sure. Most people will say the same thing. Over the course of like 2 or 3 years, 5 years of failing, like I would go to work, right? I'd work, and the time I got laid off between there in 2015. So 2010 to 2015, I was laid off. I would go get contract jobs. So as an engineer, you can work like part-time, or what they call a contract job, where somebody's like, hey, I need you for a project. Me being a reactor specialist, I was in very high demand and very low supply. Very few people specialize in what I did. But companies would hire me to go out there and supervise like repacking catalyst or optimizing reactor or doing all kind of stuff reactors. So I was a reactor expert. I get hired. I'd go work at a company. This one I worked for like 3 months, filling up 8 giant reactors full of this catalyst. Catalyst is like, little pellet stuff. And these giant reactors are like 25 feet in diameter and about 50 feet long. These just giant tubes. And they would like fill up a layer of catalyst. They put me in a harness on this thing called a yo-yo, which had this little metal hoist on it with this kind of like cable, and they would lower me down these giant reactors, and I'd be inside of it just being lowered down. I'd get to the bottom with my whole full hazmat suit on with my respirator, and I'd walk around and inspect it, and I'd sign off on it and be like, yep, you're good. All right, lift me up. Ding, ding. And they pull me back up. And then I would basically supervise the safety of the packing and all that stuff. I would do all kind of stuff, and I'd get paid a whole lot of money to work a little part-time thing. And then once it was over, I would sometimes get paid like 2 or 3 times my normal salary, because it was a short period job and there weren't benefits with it. But, this contract jobs pay a whole lot of money real quick. Then I'd save that money to live on, and then I'd put some of it to trading. And then I would trade for a couple months and then get another job and trade for a couple months. So I did like the off and on thing for a while. And you put in 10K to account and bust it, put in 10K and bust it, and put in 20K and bust it. As time went by, I'm sure I racked up a 6-figure, certainly, 6-figure tuition. And most people would probably say that. Now, again, this is before, in 2010, you didn't have micro futures. A, they weren't invented until like 2019. You didn't have prop firms. B, you could only trade futures by literally jumping into the stock market and putting your own money into it, trading E-minis. So the risk was really high. And, imagine your trading account up and down $2,000 or $3,000 a day. Imagine you had 10,000 to play with. I mean, after 2 or 3 days, you got to go work another month to get it back. So these days, it's a lot easier for you guys. When is it a drop? Well, it's dropping because I took the headband off. And so I put the headband back on, we'll rally. But let's get a dip. Watch. Like the minute it touches my forehead, the candle turns green. Okay, watch this. Ready? You guys ready? Hold on. Ready? Watch this. Okay, ready? Go. Candle turn green. Watch. It's weird. It's a superstition. Okay, watch the next candle. Green from here. This is not a real trading strategy. This is just weird superstition, like the cheeseheads, like Packers fans. You need a headband. Everyone needs a headband. So what IDOC was talking about the other day is she wants to order rocket scooter headbands for everybody, just for funsies. We're gonna do like a rocket scooter merch shop. Would you guys like some headbands? If I were to make you guys some, that'd be kind of fun. Not to make any money, we'd sell them at cost, just so people could have like cool, goofy stuff to have. That'd be super fun. Matt Cowart, the catalyst injector. I like that name. That sounds pretty cool. That actually sounds more interesting than trading. It actually was a really fun job. I mean, trading is kind of a boring job. I'm not going to lie. Trading is like a boring thing that gets exciting like 5 minutes a day, twice a day. It's mostly just waiting and patience. We make trading fun by talking or analyzing or just chatting with each other. But yeah, engineering, especially when you work outside in the plant, was actually pretty exciting. Especially when you're like the specialist in something and you've got like 100 people in a crew of all kind of things, like always calling you out to like help with something. It feels kind of cool to be so involved and so intertwined into a big project where your expertise is needed everywhere. And you're consulting with like some of the smartest people you ever met. And it was just a cool environment to work with smart people, always learning something from somebody. It's never a dull moment. Hey, Matt, we need you here. Hey, Matt, we need you here. I'm like, okay, I'm always driving around in a golf cart looking for something, like trying to help somebody with something or whatever. A headband. Okay, you guys will like it. Will look great on a cowboy hat. I know who said that without even having to look at the name. I'll get you, Barbie. I will get you a special version of. If I can find a way to make a cowboy hat, I'll make you a cowboy hat. That'd be no joke. Hey, have you seen? I have this other. It's over on the floor there. I'll go get it later. I have this this really goofy novelty cowboy hat with sequins on it, and it lights up with LED lights. It's the dumbest thing ever, and I sometimes wear it on stream. There's that green candle. Oh yeah, 100%. All right, so total today, let's do my net haul across all my props, and of course with my MyFunded. So my funded live account is up $1,543. Let me guys show you I'm just going to put all my DOMs next to each other and take a photo. Some of these prop accounts are competitors' prop accounts, which I shall not name, but I trade with multiple firms, as some of you probably do. Just full transparency there. Let's take a snappy of this. Let me just grab a little screenshot. I got all my DOMs lined up with each other. Let's show off the haul today. This was great. Just that long train out the door. That's it. So this is MyFunded. This is my live MyFunded account. And this is unnamed competitor prop firm accounts that are also funded. And so this is all funded today. I'm kind of too lazy to add that up, but that's roughly 456, 63, 70, maybe about 8,000, maybe not 10, but maybe 8,000 today. Not a bad haul for just longing 2 times. I longed on that dip. Market went up, came down here. I longed again back up to test highs. And there's possibly a third long I can take. I do want to hit my final 942 target. So I'm waiting to see that. But yes, sir, the $8,000 day, not bad today. These are all funded accounts, by the way. I am live funded with MyFundedFutures. They have a great live funded program. So if you guys are aspiring to become funded traders, I highly recommend you go through the ranks at MyFundedFutures. It's certainly like one of the most easiest I've been. I'm actually funded in two prop firm. I've gotten live with 2 prop firms. So live is the step beyond funded. Once you trade well enough, or you do well enough, they'll promote you to the next step. Usually as a trader is what you aspire to be live. It's the best situation for you. It's kind of what you want to be doing. Better taxes, better rules. It's not as stringent as the sim funded environment. And I'll tell you, MyFunded's live program is top tier. They have a really good program there. The rules are straightforward. The payouts are straightforward. Everything's really nice. So as you guys are working through the ranks, I'll tell you, I'm a big fan of their live program. Really big. There's that green candle. Well, yeah, obviously the headband never not works. It's like a guaranteed every time. Any filters here? Like you're talking about a hat, like felt cowboy hats? Are you talking about? What lot size? Just 2 contracts on NASDAQ typically, 1 to 2 in this environment. Nice and clean. What do I use as my trade copier? So I'm one of the few people you'll meet that doesn't use a trade copier that often. I tend to split my accounts up differently. As you will see, the risk is different in all of them. I use that to my advantage, and I teach people to use that to their advantage. You will never see my accounts be the same thing. I use them differently. I will sometimes, when the risk is heavy, I might just trade it in 1 account and leave the other 4 to sit so that only 1 can possibly bust. If the risk is relatively low, like today, all the indicators lined up, I'm trading in all of them, but at different places. So an example is with 5 accounts with the same company, market dips to there, I longed in 1, market dips to there, I long in another, market dips to there, I long in another. Like I'm basically building in multiple places at different cost bases so that way I can spread my risk out like you would do in a real account. Trade copiers, I'll let the chat fill you guys in on their favorite trade copier. Since I don't do it, I don't really know the best ones. But if you're using other platforms, certain platforms allow you to do trade copying. Trade-Avate has a kind of a rudimentary trade copier. You can assign a bunch of accounts to each other in one group and trade as a group. I know TopStepX has a trade copier you can do. And if you're using NinjaTrader, there's a bunch of third parties, I think, that people use. But yeah. I place the trades manually in each account. I'm different than most people. I use Trade-Avate's desktop app so that I can open multiple DOMs. Each DOM is assigned to a different account, and I've got my screen. I have a monitor this way on that screen has the following layout. Dom, 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 and then underneath all of it is the account balances. And so I can monitor all my DOMs at once just by sitting next to each other. Let me draw up my screen layout. I don't have room for 5 DOMs on the screen, which I just show one, but I literally have this little setup here. I've got my DOMs just up in a corner of the screen right there. There's the 4 Tradeify with the account off to the right so I can watch them. And one of the Tradeify is on the screen. And then I have MyFundedFutures over here. And then I have the account off to the screen as well. So I have all my DOMs like scattered around. I also have Top Step. I have a little bit of everything. I have ETF. I have, I'm live in some places. So I have all my DOMs everywhere and I just manage them all in one place. Now trade copying makes it a little easier. Why spread up the risk? Because I feel like I get better results. I don't blow up that easily. As a matter of fact, these accounts I babysit, I don't blow up at all. Every once in a while, I might bust 1 of the 5 on the worst case day, maybe 2 of the 5. But even these accounts that I have, my funded account's been ticking for a while, never blew it up. My Tradeify has been ticking since February. There's 2 of them that have been babysit for like 4 months. Spreading up your risk is a survival trick. Just like to say is that you're not going to put all of your full port YOLO into your first pivot you have. You might have 2 pivots you trade with. So trade at pivot A and trade with pivot B by splitting your trade up, or with prop accounts, you have multiple, trade 1 account here and then 1 account here. And maybe one of them makes money, both of them make money, or one of them blows up. And when one of them blew up, you cut the other one so it doesn't blow up. And so when you do it that way, statistically, you should have better results. No guarantee, of course, but statistically you should, because it's hard to predict the stock market. It's better to trade in a direction and longing from a range, instead of putting all your eggs into one pivot and then stopping out of all of them at once and then the trade takes off. It's better if you long one, long another, and then you have your accounts at different places with different cost basis and you can manage them separately. I'll tell you, that is, in my opinion, again, results are different from people, to be person to person, but in my opinion, that is one of the key elements to winning in the prop game, is to not copy trade. And I know it's very popular to watch your favorite influencer out there pop $1 million payout every once in a while, but it takes a lot of luck to get all your accounts copy traded to make that big payout. And it costs a lot of money and you will blow up a whole lot more. And what you don't see, a lot of the people that do that, the fairy tale that it is it takes hundreds of thousands of dollars spent to get $1 million payout with the big fat copy trade, blow it all up really quick sort of method. It's not really available to the average user. The average user is better off taking it slower and being smarter with it the way I'm teaching you. But I enter trades from each account DOM while having the chart on the screen. 100%. Yeah, 100%. And the only reason to do that is so that you don't blow up as fast. It costs you less money when you do that. Again, results may vary. There's no guarantees. So that's just my personal opinion. But if you guys hear, what do you think about that? Do you guys agree or disagree with the whole copy trading philosophy? When you copy trade, you must say that this is the pivot. It's got to pivot from here, and I'm putting all of my risk here in that one place, right? Or do you think it's better to split your risk up and you have a better probability of winning a trade by splitting it up? What do you guys feel? I want to see what the chat feels like. And while we're chilling here for a minute, I think I'm going to reset my platform. It looks like my browser just crashed. Better to split, a mix of both. Yeah, a mix of both too, right? Like obviously understanding that splitting your risk up is necessary, but then sometimes you want the simplicity and ease because your platform, everything lines up perfectly, and you want to just make it simpler for yourself. Now, the idea of copy trading is to make sure you make it simpler for yourself. Don't utilize the copy trading feature as a feature to accelerate your gains. If you're thinking like that, you're thinking wrong. It's not like, ooh, I can make 10 times as much by copy trading all my stuff. You should think that you can also lose 10 times as fast, and most people don't think it that way. Copy trading should be, I believe in this trade so much, I'm going to make it more efficient so I don't want to click 10 buttons. It shouldn't be like a daily task. I do like the idea of a mix of both, right? Sometimes you want it simple. Like today was simple. Today I could have copy traded because there really was only one pivot. It was a make or break for all of it, right? Somebody says they're not a big fan of copy trading, one at a time they like. May copy a couple smaller ones with a specific strap and not copying all. Yeah, so let me mention a competitor out there, right? Everybody knows it's this prop firm called Apex. And Apex has this way of like selling you 20 accounts. And you can't necessarily balance 20 DOMs, right? That's a lot harder to do. So when I'm doing something like that, if I have 20 accounts to play with, I will split them up into 5 groups of 4 and then have my 5 DOMs each managing 4 accounts at once. So it's, again, just cutting your risk smaller. The whole don't put all your eggs in one basket sort of thing. And so with like an Apex, you could do, 5 by 4, right? So copy trading in small batches, but never all of them at once, right? Yeah. You think the same argument can be made since you're copy trading, you're reducing the risk per account instead of 1 mini 2 micros across 5 accounts. Yeah, that's it. You're basically treating all 5 accounts like they're one account while you're trading, but you're also treating them like they're discrete accounts with discrete price targets, which they are. Each account has its own separate goal, and your goal is to make money in general. You don't care if it's this account, this account, this account. You just want money in general. So your in general assumes it's all one account, but each account doesn't know that the other accounts exist. So you can play that to both advantage to you in both places. You can split up your risk and your position size against multiple accounts. And this is what I actually do. And this is really key to my strategy. Let's pretend that I have a long pivot from here and a long pivot from here. And I want to take both of them. This is QQQ. This is roughly 5 points in QQQ, which is 200 NASDAQ points. Okay, that's a pretty decent drop, right? 200 NQ. And you guys know when you come to my stream, I teach you the rules of thumb. You need to learn how to multiply by 40 and multiply by 5 really quickly in your head. Divide by 40 and also multiply by 8 and 5 very quickly as well. Now, every 40 points in NASDAQ, or every 1 strike in QQQ is equal to 40 points in NASDAQ. So 5 times 40 is 200, right? Every, on a NASDAQ, every 40 points is $800 per contract. So this is, if I were to hold 1 contract upside down, 200 points, that's a $4,000 loss. So automatically I tell myself, wow, that's a lot of drawdown I want to take. Again, 1 contract going down 50 points. Remember, every 40, every 10 on NASDAQ is worth 200. So every 40 is worth 800. 800 times 5 is 4,000. And when you get good at trading, especially with the indices, yeah, you're going to be multiplying by 8s, 40s, and 5s, and dividing by those as well. You got to get quick at doing this kind of math in your head. $4,000, way too much, right? Immediately say, well, I'm at least $4,000. Okay, if I cut that into 5 micros instead of 1 mini, okay, that's down to 2,000, still too rich for my blood. Even 1 micro is a $400 drawdown. You know what? This drawdown's too big. Let me split up my trade. Okay, I have 5 accounts. Accounts 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5. This is a scenario. 5 accounts total. Account 1 has $50,000 of buffer. I'm totally fine to play. This is my profit so far, $50K. Account 2, $40K. I'm making up numbers. Account 3, $30K. Account 4, I just re-upped that one. Let's say that you only $5K profit on this one. And account 5, you're at $8K profit with a $9K target. Okay. And the 3 at the top are already past the target. The 2 at the bottom are still working to the target. Okay. So now you got a bunch of different angles you can take. Well, this is a good long pivot. And let's pretend that I know that this is 90% odds. I'm making up a number and that's 90% odds. And I want to take both of them, but I don't just want to all eggs in one basket here. I want to split the accounts. Okay. So clearly I always make my first entry or my first risk the smaller. So if I were to split up my accounts, I can trade 2 accounts total here and then save the other 3 for down here. But which 2, right? Well, the one that has the most room to fall and possibly take a loss are the 2 fattest ones. So I would trade account number 1 and 2 right here, right? And as the market fell to there, I might take account 3. It has the least amount of wiggle room and trade it right here. Accounts 4 and 5 still need to meet their goals. So they're the ones that want to take the least amount of risk. So those are the ones I'm going to hit right below the pivot just in case it overshoots. Now, different types of tolerances. Maybe I just want to just make a big attempt on the bigger account with here. Maybe account 1, I might do the 1 mini and stop with the $1,000 loss or something. Maybe account 2, I might do 1 mini. Account 3, I might also do 1 mini. Maybe account 4, I might do 5 micros. Like, and I also play with the account sizes, but I assign the riskier accounts, the ones that are further away from payouts, to the safer trade, the second entry. I take them slower, more cautious. And so does everyone understand what I'm saying when I do that? I assign my accounts to different trades, and I assign my position size based on the dynamics of that own account. Oh, this account only needs to make $1,000 to pass. Well, I don't want to absorb a $4,000 possible drawdown at a mini, so I have to trade really small on that one. Or let me assign that account here because that account, that's the second pivot. So if I get a second chance, it's probably going to bounce here. If they're both 90% chance, then the 10% chance that both of them break, 10 times 10 is only a 1% chance that both of them break. If they're both 90, then it's 99% that one of them holds. Right? So let me take the lowest probable chance of a break, which is here, and then assign my weaker account to this one, right? So we all understand that philosophy, right? And in a real trading account, you do the same thing, except where you would just manage your account in a way that like, okay, I want to take both trades. Either A, I long here, stop, and long there and do that again, or B, I just long with like, 1 to 3 micros, something small, so that in case I take all of this drawdown, 1 micros is only $400. 3 micros is $1,200. So now my risk is $400 to $1,200 in case I draw down all the way there. And I'd be like, oh, that's totally fine. I'm totally okay with that. If the market moves up, then I make a small profit. But if the market dips down, I'm only upside down maybe $1,000. And then I can hit this with like 1 to 3 minis at the second place. My cost basis is lowered. Both trades can work. Now, again, this is too far away for me to hold through it, but I'm just demonstrating the example of what I do. Normally, something that's more than 40 to 80 points in NASDAQ, I will close and take the second trade as a second trade, right? But you can say a little bit of my strategy. Do y'all understand kind of like what I'm saying about this? Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Prop management is really, like prop account management is really key to beating the prop game. You have to be good at knowing which account goes where and why. So hopefully that helps you guys out. Oh yeah, Apple's doing its there's something with Apple today. Barbie's talking about it. I remember reading about it. Hearing about it this morning. Huge info. Hopefully you guys understand that. If you are, and it allows you to slow down, it allows you to take less risk, and it allows you to not blow up just as fast. I mean, imagine that, the same coin flip applies to every trade you do. Trading 5 accounts in one place is just a way to blow up 5 accounts at once rather than one. You'll make less money on the way up, but you'll spend less money throughout the course of your trading because you won't blow up as much. Wait, oil up? Wait, you want me to oil up? Like it's a Diddy party, or you may put oil up on the screen? Which way do you want me to oil up here? What are we oiling? Apple tanking? Hold on. What do you want me to look? We got the baby oil here or something? What's going on? Oil up. You may look up oil? Or what are we talking about? You want me to oil up because Luke is incoming. Okay. All right. Baby oil applied. Luke is coming in. That's what I heard. All right. Apple's tanking. Let's take a look. Yeah, we heard about this with Apple today. Didn't know how big that was going to be. All right. If Luke is ready, he's going to come on the show here. Like the sound effects? Does that help? This is a hand soap dispenser. My miming skills could use a little improvement. The Trading Ranch merch shop has a lotion. Keep up. Are you kidding? Barbie, you have your own branded lotion? That's incredible. That is like next level merch. That's actually useful merch too. Most merch is kind of like useless and silly. That's actually pretty nice. You can go to bed smelling nice, reminding you of your trading day with Barbie. What's that smell? Well, Barbie, do you like it? That smells great. Yo, what's up? We got Tyler in the house. What's up, dude? Don't you dare get you. Tyler's like, I heard lotion. Wait, what? Okay, dude, Barbie, I have to check out your shop. That's awesome. Shout out to that. I got to go see this high level merch that you got going on. All I'm going to do is knock off Cobra Kai headbands if I do a merch shop. But lotion would be amazing. What is this market? Apple's starting to pull back a little bit. Now, again, this opens the door to the idea of, can I take a second trade here? Let's load up the S&P because I know I got a really cool pivoting action here. While Apple is just tanking on its own accord, I think that's really giving a little bit of movement to this market. I don't really think anything else is. It's the Apple WWDC event that they were talking about. So that's the Wall Street's just loving this. Now we know Apple does have support at this 200 level. This is a bull zone bottom. Typically, bull zone bottoms are really strong support. This could be like a dip to buy for me to use this opportunity to again long the market one second time. Maybe I'm gonna try to run ES really quick. Just one stock. Let me double check everything else around it. Let me check the same areas. NVIDIA not really selling off on that news. Microsoft still rallying. Google still rallying. Yep. Okay. Amazon still doing okay. Tesla. I'm just looking at the big Nasdaq still doing okay. Netflix. I'm so quick at this. I know. Sorry, I'm losing you guys. Yeah, it looks good. I might do it. Take it long here. Why not? Apple bouncing into key support pivot. I'm going to take $500 of risk to get the full trade up on S&P by proxy. We have about maybe 25 points in the S&P to run from here to get to key level, where Nasdaq pivots around closer to about 45-ish level on S&P. The R&R is pretty good on this. It's a 2.5 to 1. Me grabbing dip. Apple hits the support here, so 2.5 to 1. Boom. Let's tag it. All right. I feel like I can hear in the woodwork the leaves rustling. I hear the leaves rustling out there like there's footsteps. Could that be Luke getting ready to make an appearance? We need some. I feel like this oil thing, did I miss out on some crazy inside joke? What's going on with the oil? Who here talks about, did y'all talk about oil this morning on the show? Did I miss out on an amazingly slick conversation? You get that? Slick. Oiled up Luke. Okay, so tell me the story about, I need to ask Luke about this oil thing. Luke and I are pretty good friends. I thought he knew everything about him, but apparently there are things I don't know. Do I prefer Jergens or something else? Bro, come on. I pay a little bit more money than just the Jergens, okay? Luke.
What's up?
What's with the oil joke? Are they making fun of you for some reason?
No, I mean, sometimes you just got to get oiled up to do a giveaway. You know, you got to get the machine all oiled up and lubricated and ready to rock and roll. And it's a Monday morning. You know, the machine might be, you know,
Rusty.
a little stiff.
Yeah.
You oil it up. We get rolling. We hit giveaways. We hit trades. We talk about ideas, setups, community. You know the
Let's
drill.
go. So when you announce the giveaway, do you say something like "Let's get slippery" or something? Like, is that how you announce an oiled up giveaway?
I can. I don't think that would be a horrible thing to do.
Let's get slick, guys. Let's slide right into the giveaway. I mean, the jokes just write themselves at this point.
Yes. I'd like to give everyone one last chance to like the stream. Comment. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe now, because you must be a subscriber to be eligible for the giveaway. So there's one for you.
Somebody said when Matt buys the market goes up. Hey, this is I'll teach you guys a quickie little thing. I call it a proxy trade, right? When all the stocks are doing okay and Apple just dips and then the whole Nasdaq dips with it, find them that stock hits its support. And then right when it did, I just grabbed the long in the index. Pretty normal stuff. The whole index isn't selling off just one company. And so I grabbed a second trade here.
There's news on Apple today too.
Yeah, they're having that little that event that WWDC. Yep.
Little event.
Little tiny thing, yeah.
All right, should we do one last giveaway?
Yeah, and Tyler's requiring you to pop your collar as part of the giveaway process.
Can you see me?
Oh, we can see you, yeah.
Okay.
He's telling you got to pop it.
Popped.
Bro, that's epic.
Ready for action.
There you go.
It
That's
made a
it.
very like rugged pop sound as well.
It did. You oiled up that shirt like nobody's business.
Exactly. Should we do expert accounts?
Wow. Yeah, that's actually super generous. I love the experts. I praise those daily, man. I love them.
All right. Code is going on the screen now. Expert accounts out there. 15 of you watching are going home with expert accounts on cap payouts. Rules made for people who want more flexibility. It's out there. Iron Man 15, baby.
You know, I also have been having
the channel to be eligible to win.
I've been having fun in these giveaways with you guys. This has been rather generous. You know, I think the community loves it. You guys love the giveaways that they give? I see a lot of cool people in here that I know. I see.
Woo.
Iron Man 15. You love it. You guys love it?
We love it.
Iron Man. I am. So I guess that is true because Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man. I was late to this one. I finally got the joke. I thought it was like Iron Man, like we're doing strong here. But hey, nice one there, Burke. All right. Iron Man. Love it. You guys love it? You guys love it? Cool. Very generous of them to just give you free stuff all the time. That's really nice. That's why MyFundedFutures is the best. How the giveaway works. Some days they'll put a code on the screen. Some days they'll spin a wheel. And every day is different. So you have to be here and you'll learn the process.
Paying attention, all that good stuff.
Very nice. Very nice. Somebody said Luke looking like a common thug. Well, now he's resetting his collar. He goes from business to thug.
Yeah, it was very uncomfortable.
It's not the kind of shirt you should pop a collar on. You kind of look like a vampire. You know what I mean? It's like this like lapel, like you look like Dracula without his cape.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's
awesome.
definitely a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's funny. Good deal. Well, it looks like my second trade's starting to take off. I grabbed right on that first Apple dip, and I have Apple key pivot here. Looking pretty solid for the day. As long as Apple holds and nothing else crashes out, the market probably should reset from here. But I'm back up to highs. Another $300 on the board.
Woo! There you go.
This has been pretty straightforward. I took a beating last Thursday, and Friday was good. But on stream on Thursday, I made a winning trade, but I took a beating in the afternoon. So it feels good to kind of come back to Monday and put some green back on the board again. But in my defense, Thursday was kind of hard on everybody. If y'all remember that crazy day.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so the codes are limited. Just 15 people, you guys. If you didn't get in, you didn't get in. But, I mean, gosh, be here every stream. There's always something,
Always.
And
we
on my
deliver.
stream, too. I give away MyFundedFutures accounts as well on my stream. So if you guys watch me ever, I'll be giving away as well. So
Yes, and I'll say this. I'm going to put a link in the chat with code YouTube. That will earn you 25% off any eval or reset. How's that? Code YouTube, limited time, 25% off any eval or reset. It's all yours. All you got to do is go get it. All right. Matt, will we see you back in 23 hours?
Has time? Are we already out of time? Time just flies by.
I know.
I should be here in 23 hours. That is correct. And
right.
I will be streaming on YouTube in about 23 seconds. So I'll be carrying on my afternoon show. After we close off here, you guys are welcome to come hang out further and chill with the rest of us while Luke goes and wipes off all the oil, takes the day off, goes back to work.
There you go.
As we bid you guys farewell today.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Wonderful stream. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. And we'll be back at 9 a.m. Eastern.
Thank you, guys.